Hello and welcome everybody to another stream of Shadowrun Hong Kong. I'm Red, and give me just a moment and we will get into it. Hope everyone is having a lovely day. Your adrenaline wanes as you fly through the subway tunnels on your way back to Hioi. There isn't much left to do but pick the shards of glass off your clothes and congratulate yourself on one hell of a run. It's just too bad you couldn't keep the looted antiques. By the end, you'd managed to steal over 10,000 new and worth of items for your client, a number that will hopefully be reflected in your mission pay. The damage you caused will likely set the museum's development back even further. Farther. Not enough to cripple the project, just enough to send a message. By the end of the day, you still managed to break a lot of exhibits, displays, and even the faces of a few tomb crawlers, the presence of which had conveniently slipped Drake's mind. Surprises aside, you came out on top, and thanks to some quick thinking on Drake's part, you got the books and you got out. Yeah. It was a good night. Okay. So, working on me. Not a lot of everything. Gotta love that. Alright, I think I spoke to everyone before I finished up on Friday. Maybe not. Ambrose looks up from what appears to be a housework drone on the operating table. Scrub up and get me the defibrillator paddles, Red. I'm installing some headers on this guy's liver, and now we're going to shock him back to life. Ambrose bursts into laughter. But seriously, hand me the lube. What can I do for you today? Excuse me. Have you been having dreams, Ambrose? Nightmares? Where you were a Hong Kong Shadowrunner. You were a Hong Kong Shadowrunner? I was. He looks down at the remnant of his body, scarred and dismembered. I sure don't look much like one now, though. Ambrose yawns and stretches, straining his leg stump and scarred arm in opposite directions. Man, that feels good. So, there's a particular way this kind of conversation goes. I don't know if you're familiar with it. I don't say shit, you don't say shit. No, I suspect that it involves delicacy. We show each other our butt tattoos. We gossip. Oh, this is great. Security. I presume we share useful intelligence washed of incriminating data. Yeah, we orbit around each other for a while, then tactically agree to speak only in the vaguest terms. I'm gonna go with the Shadowrunner option. The security one's fun, but like the Shadowrunner one is great. Yeah, we orbit around each other for a while, then tactically agree to speak in only the vaguest of terms. Ambrose looks at you approvingly. The grapevine says this is your first rodeo, but I'm not sure I believe that. Listen, I'm circumspect about my past, and you're not. You're a new active runner, so I don't want to know any of your story. It's only a liability to me. Ambrose props himself up painfully and leans forward a little. His living eye has an intelligent gleam to it. So let's make this conversation useful. I'll cut the BS and give you some down low on Hong Kong from an expat runner perspective. In return, you don't dig for my jobs list, deal? Deal. Rock solid. Hong Kong's a good lily pad for a derby crasher like yourself, Red. The shadows are deep, the money flows, it's friendly to foreigners, and there's no real government. The whole place is run by corporations and syndicates. However, as fresh meat off the boat, you've got to decide who you want to be. Foreign runners follow three career paths in the Kong. They assimilate, they burn their bridges and get out fast, or they die. If you're a short timer, you can be as violent and splashy as you want, but a Waldo arm swings over his shoulder and points emphatically, at you with its claw. If you're in for the long haul, learn the local arts, discretion, restraint, respect, get that long-term face, and don't embarrass people. The Hong Kong shadows grind through expendable runners who are loaded up with bad face and then dumped in Victoria Harbour. So whatever you do, watch your back. Aim to hit hard and get out fast. So Kindly's keeping us around for her untouchable work, huh? Interesting. What else have you got? Anything I can do to mitigate the risk? Great. Thanks for the tips. I've got other business to attend to. Anything I can do to mitigate the risk? Just keep your head on a swivel. If you're planning to be here for a couple months and then vanish, cash in big, but if you want a life here, you've got to play by the rules. The other thing to remember is that Hong Kong is a really complex place. It's one of the great global cities with enclaves of every major megacorp. It's a syndicate town, it's a refugee magnet, and it's Guangdong. At some level, anything goes here, but Ambrose takes a deep breath and continues in a low tone of appreciation. When in doubt, assume that old Hong Kong tradition rules. I say that as a loudmouthed bastard. Be polite, be modest, honor favors, maintain face, give respect, and always treat people's time as valuable. You seem pretty into this, Ambrose. Seriously, how much does that play into Shadowrunning? Go on. You seem pretty into this, Ambrose. Hong Kong fascinates me. I used to hate it here, now I love it. Ambrose takes a big breath and sighs contentedly. I found a nice little piece. If you survive, maybe you can too. And you sure do seem like a survivor. People know who I am, but only in the network. Kindly runs this neighborhood like a separate country. You paddle a boat across the canal and no one's ever heard of me and never will. Ambrose suddenly stops himself as he realizes what he's saying. He finishes lamely. Anyway, it's private. You're not a wanted man, are you, Ambrose? We speak the same language, Ambrose. Sounds like something went sideways back in those runner days that you don't want to talk about. Understood. Understood. Good. Well, that's my wisdom. Ambrose breaks into a chuckle. Wait, what am I saying? My wisdom is that you can never be too low profile, too lawyered up, or too well armed. Fair enough. Have you been having dreams, Ambrose? Nightmares? Nightmares? Hell, Red, that's my life. I curl up with a bottle of vodka and a handful of pills every night. But if you mean the toothy hunting horror dream, yeah, I've been having it. Shit, it's just one more nightmare. Ambrose drops his voice and leans forward a little in his wheelchair. Let me tell you, though, I've been doing a brisk business in sleep aids. Just today, someone asked me for some ketamine. Ketamine, that stuff is a horse tranquilizer. What the hell made them think of that? Can you think of any medical reason we'd all be having the same nightmare? Can I have some ketamine? It's tempting. uh, can you think of any medical reason we'd all be having the same nightmare? Nope. Even if it were all doing something similar. Sorry, even if we were all doing something similar intensively, it shouldn't happen. Our experiences are all too different. I've heard of mages and shamans who are somehow connecting to each other, sharing dreams, but that's all. Ambrose waves his hand dismissively. Well, what do you know? What do I know? I'm not a doctor. I'm just a guy who psychological psychological modernista. If you want to know about dreams, ask Crafty. My formal diagnosis is that something fucking weird is going on. Fair enough. Can I have some ketamine? Hell no. If I had ketamine, I'd take it myself. He chuckles. But seriously, it's not something that's good to self-prescribe. You eat a bunch of ketamine, it's not going to make you feel well rested. Fair enough. Thanks, Ambrose. No problem. Just doing my part to tamp down the crazy. Alright. Do medical supplies. I don't think I can afford anything. I can get basic medkits. It's fine. Alright. Goodbye, Ambrose. Cheers, Red. Talk to you later. Cool. Alright, so... You got anything new, buddy? Got some metadata for you. Oh. Yo, Red. Welcome back to the palace. You got anything interesting to tell me today? He looks at the heap of wearable computers, PDAs, and chip decks on his nearby workbench. Cause I got nothing but fixing hair curlers and debugging old ladies' PDAs. I swear I'm gonna die of boredom. Got some metadata for you. Yo, tell me what you got. The network runs on information. Recent heist at the Emperor's Tomb Museum. The one under construction had a specific target. Books. Should I be telling him this? Suppose we'll deal with the consequences later. Really? Indeed, there were some sort of ancient text, probably sorcerers, and awakened monsters had invaded the tomb. Whoa, are you serious? That's nuts. Law slaps his thigh for emphasis. Boom, more proof for my theory. The Kong is done. I give it 2 years tops before demons or something else. Something eat everybody. Let's see what I've got for you. Grab a program. Here's my surplus stack. Law grabs a nearby bin and slams it down in front of you. Check this shit out. Sniffer, decrypt. Don't need any programs. Have you got some new one? I don't know what decrypt does. I'm gonna see if he'll give me money. I don't need any programs. Have you got some new one? I'll bill this as a data expense. When POA recognizes the intrinsic value of information, information is money. Boom. It's a pleasure handling metadata with you, Red. Law beams happily. A little metadata is like a fresh memory defragment. It makes my whole day better. Fair enough. Um, about the Wampoan Elder Massacre. Law erupts into a torment of livid, awkward profanity, cursing furiously in some sort of pidgin of Cantonese and text speak. Eventually he slows down and his swearing slackens. When Magpie gets back, the shit is going down. We're gonna spike those bastards with so much black IC that their brains are gonna turn into pudding, and we're gonna feed that pudding to fucking dogs. He folds his arms, and almost comical snarl on his face. I'm not surprised the elders got themselves killed. It figures while Magpie will know what to do, we'll take care of this. Um, you don't know who killed the elders? We don't know shit. Oh, hey, Amy, how you doing? We don't. It's bullshit. It's a setup. Cameras were all shut down. The mall's door logged. The mall's door logged was logger was shut. Just swinging by on the break. Have a good stream. Oh, thanks. Logger was shut down. Everything was shut down by guess who? Elder. Everybody was at a mandatory all hands scrum in the Matrix. You know who called it? Elder. Was she there? No. We're supposed to know everything. We're open source inside the tribe. Somebody chopped up half the circle, then waltzed into the mall and wiped out the rest, then vanished. Thanks, you villain chaser idiot. Oh boy. You seem fond of Magpie. Magpie is the best of the bunch. She's brilliant. She's a wicked coder and an overhot decker, plus she knows the infrastructure. The others, they were okay, they had skills, except for she was all woo-woo and couldn't code or build shit, but she always wanted to get in the middle of things with her blathering. Yep, cool, fun. Those of us in Magpie's bus maintain the shadow nets. That's what keeps Wampoa independent. We're the core. Some people can't handle that. Fair enough. You don't show much respect for your elders. Law shrugs. A lot of people are like, respect your elders, kiss their servos. Hey, well that's good if you're in the old meat world, but we're Wampoa. We're a self-organizing machine, a neural network tribe. Being an elder is a job and duty like being a core processor. Elders organize the work sectors and maintain infrastructure. The elders aren't gods, they're routers. Neat? Wampoa is built around the network. It sucks to lose their skills. The network has suffered a blow. Let's get to the point. I've got something to tell you about the massacre. Or lie. Sorry, I don't know anything else. I don't want to lie to the kid. Yeah, let's get to the point. I've got something to tell you about the massacre. What, you know something? Every actuating lens on Law's goggles zoom in on you. A fresh set of status lights begin blinking. One appears to indicate that he is recording. You were investigating killings, right? Word is you were asking around. First of all, Magpie's dead. What? Law's visible lower face goes ashen. The killer got her first. Sorry, Law, it's true. All chopped up and vanished. The killer got her first. Oh, they've really got it coming. We will not forget. tell him that we killed the elders. That's not going to end well. Ghoul was killing the elders. He must have finished them off. I saw some shadowy characters leaving the mall. That's all I've got. I saw guys in bulky gear with no markings, almost like covered up riot armor. I don't want him to hate me, but at the same time, I don't want to incriminate myself. Press the 5, let's go! Riot armor figures, the HKPF was around recently, some fishy business in one of the squats. For some reason we stood off. They've got the firepower to pull it off, so they scouted us and came back for the elders. Those gutter slotted Harry. Law slams his fist down on a nearby display case. Ouch. He grabs his hand, cradling it. That hurts. Anyway, I'll spread the meta on the tribe. If the HKPF thinks we'll let this slide, they're as stupid as they look. Here, this is a cred stick. I keep it on hand for when people have special information. Take it, you've earned it. I kinda want to think now and share files. Fair enough. See you later. You gotta go? Okay, watch your back and shoot straight and all. Law grins at you and dexterously flashes a hand sign that Shadowrunners give each other in holovid shows. I got things to do too. Don't think there's anything else I can talk to this guy about. Who knew? Eh. The hover drone loiters in front of Matthew. A stream of profanity is spewing from its scratchy speakers. People nearby are looking away, ignoring the awkward situation. Matthew's cigarillo is dead, drenched by rain. He stands with his signature nonchalance, but the edges of his face are twitching. His eyes are wide with fear. You could listen in, but you've already got the gist. Matthew is being chewed out. Listen in. A sharp voice emits from the hover drone, interspersed with static crackles. Don't pick up the sails. You're going to be digging dog shit out of tire treads for a living. You got me. Reliable Matthew stutters a response. Hey, Kyung-ha. Come on, beautiful. I've got a half dozen hot leads coming in just today. So give me your cheap hustler stick, loser. If you don't push tin, you and your fuzzy little pals are going to be living in a cardboard box. Don't worry, beauty. I want to hear yes, sir. If I hear anything else, I'm going to pull your eyes down to your ass so you can watch me kick the crap out of you. You hear me? Yes, sir. Matthew's voice is barely a whisper. What was that? He says it louder. Yes, sir. That's better. Now don't screw this up, you damned screw up. Drone speakers finish with a shriek of feedback and clack back into its hull. The drone soars up into the sky and races upriver. Matthew shakes himself off. His cheery demeanor surges back with striking resilience. He turns towards you, a little wide-eyed, but otherwise restored to his usual self. Fred, I hardly saw you there. Come on in. Don't be a stranger, beautiful. Who are you talking to through the hover drone? One of my suppliers, Kyung-ha. Really good businessman, sharp guy, sees opportunity where most of us only see broken parts. Funny guy, makes me laugh my ass off. Kyung-ha sounded unhappy. Oh, that's just Kyung-ha. He's like a paper tiger. Matthew sways back and forth on his feet, languid and jittery at the same time. He's a big joker, always shouting, but I think he's a real softy at heart. Big heart for the little people. Keeps me well stocked. Apologies for randomly stopping mid-sentence. I keep having to yawn and it's rather painful. What's your business arrangement with Kyung-ha? I sell on commission, gotta keep those bots moving, they don't earn, they keep sitting out in the barge. You don't own most of these drones? Matthew's brows arch up in surprise. Of course not, how could I afford them? I'm so lucky to have a guy like Kyung-ha as a partner. Only problem is, he's got me laughing in stitches so much, it sometimes distracts me from sales. Kyung-ha's a funny guy, you say. Yeah, I was laughing my ass off over there. Matthew gives you a long, awkward smile. The seconds stretch out. He blinks uncomfortably. Then, when he speaks, his words sound stilted, like he's repeating a mantra. Yeah, he's a funny guy. Matthew adjusts his suit lapels with mechanical gusto. Phew, what a pep talker. That Kyung-ha. I feel like I could take on the world right now. Okay, goodbye, Matthew. Double check in with Crafty real quick. I don't think there's anything new with these guys right now, but we can check back after. Hey Crafty, how you doing? Hey there, you looking to buy something or just feeling social? Nothing new with you. How much money have I got and can I buy a new spell? Just over... Sorry, just shy of 8. I don't think there's anything I need right this second. Could get another tier 3 summon. Ooh. Heals 7 base HP and a further 7 per round for 3 rounds. This honestly feels like it's worth picking up. Alright. Double check that I actually got paid. I'm fairly certain I did. Anything new with Rakta? My friend, there is something I would like to discuss with you, something related to the Ares run that you recently accepted. There are men, former colleagues of mine at that facility. I tracked them here from Russia. They are thieves, they stole my research, and I would very much like it back. Serendipitously, I now find myself in a position to recover what's mine and to visit justice upon the villains who stole it. But if I am to do that, I will need your help. In short, my friend, I need you to bring me along on this job. Okay. Which one is the Ares job? Of course, you'll be the first man on the train when we head out. Yeah, that's fine. Thank you, my friend. You will not regret this decision. I guarantee it. Cool. I got you. Cabin is in a far better state than it was previously. The heat has been adjusted down and the ventilation restored. The boxes of junk and parts have been stacked and neatly arranged, and Gaichu's small amount of personal gear is tucked away in a corner. There is a small mat in the center of the cabin that looks like it doubles as both a rug and a sleeping pad. Gaichu is seated in the lotus position, eyes closed, his fingertips rest on a braille reader that is plugged into his PDA. The device fills the room with a soft clicking from the pin combinations. As you approach, he lifts his head from the reader's surface. Hello again, Red. Is there something I can assist you with? Looks like you've carved out a nice little spot here. Sorry. I was hoping we could talk some more. Got a minute? Checking your email? Reading a book, actually. The pins press up from the reader, each syllable or character scrolling from cell to cell on the surface. It takes some practice, but once you get the knack down, it is simple. I suppose I could have the book read to me, but I prefer reading it this way. Fair enough, everyone has their reading preferences. Now, what was it you wished to discuss? Uh, any thoughts about that last run? A curious affair. I wish I had more time to study the nature of the mummies we found in the catacombs, as I am unaware of any spirit or paranormal phenomenon which could explain their existence. Bound spirits, a strain of HMHVV, perhaps something else entirely. Their nature is unclear to me. I should very much like to know how the mummy's trinket came to be. It may well be that we have discovered a new form of immortality or manner of spiritual being. To store one's essence in an object, what a concept. Such an opportunity is one that should be studied in depth. Is there anything else I can do for you? What were you reading? Raichu draws himself up, folding his palms in his lap. With one toe, he pushes the braille reader away. It's called Hagakure, Hidden Leaves, written by Yamamoto Tsunetomo, as a treatise on what it means to be a samurai and how one should best serve one's lord. Required reading for the Red Samurai, unsurprisingly. Reliving old memories, looking for hidden meaning. Wasn't he forbidden from killing himself when his lord died? Gaichu blinks, obviously surprised. A wide grin spreads across his face. You know of him then? Yes, that is Tsunotomo. He was eager to die and show his loyalty, but Lord Mitsugi had always found that custom to be wasteful. The author has a central thesis: when there is a question of life or death, always choose death, throw oneself into the fray with no resignations, and act on instinct alone. My current state of affairs speaks the truth of this more robustly than any lesson in a dojo. What's the rest of the book about? Gaichu ticks off the points by unfurling successive fingers. It is partly a manual for proper behavior towards one's lord, partly a rumination on the mindset required to be victorious in combat, and partly a collection of stories. Tsunetomo believed that to truly embody the virtues of a samurai, adherents should be mindful of their path at all times, never stop training, always question how one's actions reflect on their lord. Above all, be prepared to do your duty instinctively at any time, no matter what the cost. Instinct seems better suited to a ghoul than a man, honestly. That sounds like a dangerous path to walk. Or etiquette, which I'm probably going to do. If I recall correctly, the author was a bureaucrat who never fought anyone. Gaichu's lips curl into a slight scowl, but he nods in agreement. That is true. Tsunetomo never fought anyone, and some have criticized him for trying to speak of being a warrior without ever lifting a sword, but I believe that he has many things of value to say. He cared a great deal about the deeper meaning of being a samurai. If lived experience is the only path to truth, then all philosophers are fools. That's a pretty good line. I would tend to agree with that, actually. I respect him for trying to elevate the philosophy. He sounds a bit like an armchair general to me. I respect him for trying to elevate the philosophy. As do I. No one is perfect, but we should all strive as diligently as he to elevate our way of being. Most walk through life blind, never understanding their own desires or the effects of their actions. If more of us meditated as deeply as Sunitomo on our lot in life, I suspect there would be less misery in the world. What does he say about masterless samurai like you? What would he say about your refusal to kill yourself? I'm curious about the masterless samurai bit instead of the refusing to kill yourself. Yeah, what does he say about masterless samurai like you? 7 times down, 8 times up. Gaicho smiles thinly, wrapping a claw on the hilt of his sword. More specifically, if a samurai has not been a ronin at least 7 times, then he has not truly lived as a samurai. Fair enough. Those were different times, however. It was common for samurai to fall out of favor with their lord and be turned loose to wander. For company men like myself, the choice is to serve or die. Is there anything else you would like to discuss? I want to know more about what it's like to be a ghoul. Gaichu cocks his head at you, his milky eyes narrowing mirthfully. Preparing for the eventuality of killing me and collecting the bounty, make sure you leave my face intact. I would prefer to be a well-preserved trophy. Don't worry, I'll have it stuffed and mounted on my wall. Who'd want such an ugly trophy anyway? Maybe I can sell your body to a herb shop, one of the stodgy traditional ones. Oh god. Don't worry, I'll have it stuffed and mounted on my wall. Kaiju bares his teeth in a rictus grin. You hear a faint chuckle rumble in the back of his throat. Now that would be an illustrious end to my career, a severed head decorating a leaking wreck of a boat, home to extremely private individuals who will never show me off. Couldn't you sell it to a museum or something of that sort? Gaichu grows serious, leaning back. If you wish to know about what it's like to be me, ask away. I see no reason to conceal details of my condition. So you eat people. What's that like? Gaichu blinks a few times and cocks his head as if to stare at the ceiling. What is it like to eat anything else, or for a diabetic to take insulin? It is like that. A fact of life. I have found that most people are revolted by the concept of eating the flesh of humans rather than the act itself. Taken in isolation of social concerns, humans are no more or less edible than most mammals. The flesh can be of poor or high quality, depending on the factors you would expect, diet, lifestyle, etc. I prefer to prepare my meals as I would sashimi, light garnish and flavoring, but with an emphasis on the taste of the base meat. Do I enjoy it? No, not especially. Some Japanese are fond of pork and chicken sashimi, but I have never been one of them. Gaichu shrugs helplessly. But it is a fact that I must accept, and if it is how things will be, I will make the best of it. Do you feel bad about having to eat people? No, but I was never a vegetarian, so why should I? Gaichu seems puzzled by the question, as if he's missing nuances of meaning. It does not matter where the meat comes from. Someone who died in a car accident is as viable as someone I kill. I admit I have eaten people that I have killed, but that was of necessity. I was going to kill them anyway, so I let their bodies go to waste. Fair enough. I was just curious about your thoughts on the situation. Most ghouls smell like rotting meat. Why don't you? Diet and cleanliness. Most ghouls eat rotting flesh. I do not bathe. I eat fresh meat and bathe regularly. Okay. Are you immortal? Considering this, Gaichu leans over onto one elbow. I have no idea. I do not believe there have been any organized studies of ghoul longevity. Most strains of the human metahuman vampiric virus impart a semblance of extended life, but I do not believe that the Krieger strain is one. Somehow I think it is more likely that I will die in combat than of old age, no matter how long I live. Um, it might be interesting to ask a doctor. To what end? I live by the sword, and I will die by it. I have no illusions about my chances of growing old. Gaichu shakes his head in dismissal. How would I live out my days in a rural country village eating people who happen to expire on nearby roads? That will not be my fate. Fair enough. What's the deal with your teeth? What deal are you referring to? Did you file them down into those points? No, they are actually new teeth created by the infection. I suppose it is a natural advantage to having teeth better suited for carnivorous pursuits. Fair enough, let's talk about something else. We were talking about your father bailing you out of jail. Ah, yes, I do recall you asking about that. Gaichu's reticence is palpable in the long silence that follows. He does not continue. Is something the matter? You said that if I came back later, you'd tell me what happened. If you don't want to talk about it, we don't have to. I'm gonna go with that one. Gaichu sighs heavily, nodding. I have given you my word. I intend to keep it. Do not be concerned. I simply have not spoken of my family in a long time. Are you close? Bad memories? Sounds like you may not have gotten along. Bad memories? No, quite good ones actually. I haven't seen Yasujiro in many years, but that is my fault. We may not have seen eye to eye when I was young, but we came to an understanding eventually. Yasujiro gave me an ultimatum after my run-in with Shiaway's security. He told me that he had cut a backroom deal with a rival in Shiaway's to keep me out of prison. The charges would be suspended if I finished high school and studied at Kyoto University with the intent of joining Renraku. If I did not, Shiaway's would take me into custody and I would spend time in prison. What did that cost him? I'm surprised he cut a deal at all. Typical corporate politics at work, the rich protecting each other. What did that cost him? I have no idea. He refused to reveal what he had been forced to do in exchange, but I cannot imagine it was cheap. Insider information, perhaps, a deliberately botched contract. Yasujiro was a manager in the water and power division, so the deal would have been lucrative but not secret. I had always taken my family for granted, raised in a Renraku family, going to Renraku schools. I always had a sense of place, of belonging where I was. The thought of all that vanishing, I simply could not imagine it. Suddenly, the reality of my actions became clear. Gaichi runs his fingers over his bald scalp, smiling distantly. From then on, I tried to be the son he wanted, and he seemed glad of it. We grew much closer over the next few years. He took time off to visit me, and when I was living in Kyoto. Why would that be unusual? He was a very busy man in those days, a lot of responsibility and very little time for himself. I was impressed that he could carve off as much time as he did just to go camping with his son. Camping doesn't seem like a very Japanese pastime. A lot of nice wilderness in that part of Japan, I bet. I hate camping, all those bugs and dirt. A lot of nice wilderness in that part of Japan, I bet. Very much so. The land around Kyoto is protected from development due to historical and cultural significance. Most of the mountains are considered sacred, so the Diet declared them a national preserve. We made several trips to the area between Kyoto and Nara, around the village of Ide. We camped in the mountains above it. We would hunt wild deer and boar there using my family's antique aquabus. Or arquebus. Strange choice of weapon. Wouldn't something more modern be better? That's a strange choice of weapon. It is a choice of expediency. It is nearly impossible for a private citizen to own a firearm in Japan, which is why you may so often read of Yakuza attacks involving swords and cleavers. As the Tanagashima that my family owns is from the 18th century, it is exempt from ordinary regulations. Gaichu chuckles softly to himself. Perhaps ironically, hunting with my father is how I learned to prepare raw meat. Strange to think that such activities served as training for my current state of affairs. So what's the process? How do you prepare it? Soak the meat in brined water and simmer at a low heat for several hours. Let it cool and repeat the process over several days. It cannot get too hot or I am unable to eat it. This process brings out the collagen in the meat. When it is done, I spice it with ginger and sansho pepper. Again, not too much. Mundane food is anathema to me. Sighing happily, Gachu stares off into the distance. When he looks back, he smiles broadly at you. Those were good days. I am sorry I cannot go back to those times. When one joins the Red Samurai, one must give up all attachments of one's previous life. The company, the code, and the unit become the entirety of your world. Even your family ties have to be cut. That's an incredible amount of focus. Yeah, an incredible amount of focus. I don't want to push buttons. It's an incredible amount of focus. That is why the selection process is so really rigorous and so many fail. There is no shame in failing. Simply being allowed to participate in the test is a mark of excellence. Applicants must be human, Japanese, and utterly devoted to Renraku. Your unit becomes your family. Your commander is your father and mother. Your teammates, your siblings. Red Samurai are not allowed to reveal our identities and position to anyone outside the Special Operations Group. Even if we wanted friends outside the unit, we could not have them. Huh. So how did you end up joining the Renraku military? A fair question. Given you my youthful indiscretions, Gaichu leans back, his eyes turn toward the ceiling. Are you familiar with Kempei Tai? No, what's that? Aren't they the Japanese political police? Yes, much like the commissars of the Soviet Union, they are responsible for enforcing political and social orthodoxy. Not only concerned with the army, the Kempai Tai also enforce certain laws with regards to the general populace. It is my understanding that they're a Gestapo. Oh boy, that's a bit rude. Seems like a useful thing to have to ensure national pride. I'm just gonna pick this because this is just rude. That is exactly what the Emperor told the nation when they were reactivated in 2036. He said, in uncertain times and an era of great change, we must remember what it is to be Japanese. In practice, they are usually petty thugs. When I was enrolled at Kyoto University, I studied global security and political science. It is the major generally used as a gateway to private security postings with both government and corporate militaries. I knew I wanted to fight. I was a young man and my blood was always up. One of the requirements was that the students join the youth brigade Kempaitai. The youth brigade is a bit like the ROTC in North America, the Young Falcons in the Sioux Nation, or the District Officer Program in the Republic of Korea. Members learn to be soldiers without actually joining the army. They perform community service and promote civic pride. Performance and prestige in the Kempaitai used to dictate later job opportunities, a bit like a good internship. Huh. Did you enjoy it? Not at first, later it became pleasant. Power is a heady thing, especially for a youth who has superiors to answer to. Has few superiors to answer to. We developed a sense of superiority over others and began to abuse our power. I believe that may have been part of the point. They want. Surely they wanted to use your power responsibly. Did they want you to feel superior? Yes, I believe the purpose of the Youth Brigade is to teach students to glorify the group over the individual, already a strong concept in Japanese culture. In doing so, the students are prepared for the realities of their future relationship with a corporation. We did as we were taught, such is the way of authority on the young. Gaichu shrugs indifferently. What kind of things did you do? Do you regret getting involved with the Youth Brigade? What's done is done, it is in the past. Do you regret getting involved with the Youth Brigade? Gaichu cocks his head quizzically. No? Why? It was a necessary step in my plans for my future. Even if some of the behaviors that we were involved in were distasteful, the state of the nation was such that those kinds of behaviors were legal and condoned. I think I read about some Germans who tried to use that defense once. Are you saying that the ends justify the means? You had a goal and had to do things to achieve it. Makes sense. Yes, precisely so. The road to what one desires is rarely straight and narrow. When I was nearing graduation, I was approached by a recruiter with Renraku's security. She told me I come from a good family and could have a promising career with the company. She offered to fast-track my application toward a potential Red Samurai position. 3 years later, 3 years with the Renraku military as a junior officer, and guaranteed placement in the Red Samurai training billet of my choosing. Okay. Interesting. The pay was good, and the excitement of being an elite was an attractive proposition. I accepted, but I did not truly understand what I was signing up for. As I told you before, they force you to give up everything except the company and unit. That was made clear to me, but I did not truly understand it. Did you regret your decision? On the whole, no. I do not know who I would have been had I not joined. Perhaps there are things that I miss, but regret is perpetual. One is always tempted to ask, what if, but it is a trap. Aichi wraps 2 knuckles on his breastplate. This is who I became. The armor was my protection and my identity. The training was extremely difficult, both mentally and physically. I knew that I would be isolated from my old life, but I did not anticipate the full extent of that isolation. All Red Samurai recruits report to a facility called the Forge in Chiba. You are assigned a unit, you and 4 other recruits, and for the next 2 years, the Forge will be your home and prison. Shaking his head wistfully, Gaichu snorts. It seems ridiculous in retrospect. We were all so young, none of us had any idea what we were doing, except trying to become the best soldiers in the world, and yet those strangers became my new family in the absence of the old. Tell me about the members of your unit. Gaichu wrinkles his nose as if smelling something foul. That chapter of my life is over and done with, and they are no longer part of my world. Why would you care about any of that? They're still hunting you. I need to know about them. If I understand how you were trained, I can make better use of your skills. You said they became your surrogate family. That's important. I'm gonna go with the third one. You make a wise point. Commanders should know their soldiers as well as they know themselves very well. Gaichu looks down at his hands, picking something out from beneath one claw, and continues to look at his hand while he speaks. When I was younger, I would have more readily cut off my fingers than tell you what you ask. You must understand that secrecy is absolute among the Red Samurai. Your identity becomes secret, erased from any database that might connect you to the Red Samurai. You use only your code name when in the field, and your given name is known only to your commanders and your unit. Even other Red Samurai units have no idea who you really are. Finally, looking up from his hands, Gaichu leans back against the boxes. Contact with the outside world is cut off completely. Even once training is over, your communications are restricted. Maintaining relationships outside of those you work with is frowned upon. That sounds horribly isolating. Why do they do that? That's a lot of stress. What if a recruit can't take it? Very few recruits get to this point if they cannot handle it. We underwent stringent psychological tests prior to this point. If a recruit cannot handle it, he and the rest of his unit are failed out of the program. The rationale is simple. If one member cannot take the training and his unit cannot carry him through, they have all failed. Ooh, that's rough. Ishida was our commander. He came from a rich family in Saitama, the kind of family where he was given every advantage possible with the exception that he would keep the family name prestigious. He was older than the rest of us as he'd already spent 6 years in the army. A very severe man, rarely given to humor. Takagawa was usually the second in command. As our designated marksman, he tended to have a better tactical view of how an operation should be run, simply because he needed to study the terrain more. He loved to get us laughing. Without him, I think I would have gone crazy in the first few months. Our major's name was Sasaki. She had been in training as Amiko, an apprentice priestess, when her magic began to manifest. She was in the unit for the challenge and for the money. Her family had always been poor, and they had always told her she would never amount to anything. I think she had joined the Red Samurai just to prove to them that she could do anything she wanted. My kind of attitude, I admit. Sounds like she may have been overcompensating. Was she hard to work with? My kind of attitude, I admit. Kaichi cocks his head amused. I'm not surprised to hear it. You and Sasaki share similar attitudes. Neither of you stops to consider if your goals are attainable. You simply know that they are. A heavy gunner's name was Aomori. He kept the team honest with itself. He never had a disparaging word for anyone, but would not hesitate to call someone out for their behavior. Sasaki loved that about him. Really, she loved all of him. The two were discreet, but discretion only goes so far in such a small team. Still, we respected their privacy where possible. That seems like a recipe for disaster. Under ordinary circumstances, it could have, but Red Samurai unit commanders are given incredible leeway in what to allow or forbid. The belief is that the unit should fail or succeed as a whole. To that end, whatever works is the guiding principle. Aomori and Sasaki would have been miserable if we kept them apart, and it would have hurt the team. Fair enough. Lastly, there was me. I was the close quarters and breaching expert. The first man in the door when we had to clear a room. I was the perfectionist on the team. Aomori could get us to do anything, but I was the one who made certain we did it well with style. Sorry. How do you mean? What, you made them practice harder or something? If a thing is worth doing, it is worth doing well. If that thing is also our duty, it is worth doing perfectly. Many times we would perform a drill or exercise well enough, but that was not good enough if I had to trust my life to it. That was why we became one of the best teams in the organization's history. Sounds like you miss them. That's a thing to be proud of. Of course it is. Do you think I do not know that? Gaichu sighs heavily. I apologize. It is just those feelings are still raw sometimes. Even if I were to be cured, I could never go back. They have been disgraced and I have done unforgivable things. I have been cast out for good. What do you mean? Are you sure? Maybe it's not as final as you think. What do you mean? Gaichi closes his eyes, sighing through his nose. When they ambushed me in Fukuoka, it was a fight or die. I killed 2 of them before I escaped. I will not be returning to the unit no matter what. Oh. He opens his eyes for a moment, shoulders slumping. It is not an easy memory to grapple with. That's fine, Gaichu. Take your time. Thank you, Red. I am sorry I cannot talk about it now, but I need to process these emotions. They are still raw. I am tired. Come back later and we can talk more. Fair enough. Do you have extra dialogue, Ractor? Ractor's shop is sweltering hot, even more so than it was the first time you stepped inside. The whir of actuators accompanies the fine motors of the manipulator arms that hang from the ceiling. They are turning an object over and over in their articulated hands, soldering wires and hammering rivets. My friend, welcome back. Ractor Touch types a series of commands into his bracer, and the arm relaxes into an idle posture. He smiles at you, a cigarette dangling from his lips. Sorry, dangling from his lip. There, that's better. What can I do for you? Any thoughts about that last run? An interesting diversion. The mummies that we encountered were fascinating. Dead flesh reanimated by the controlling will of an astral being bound within. Of course, the notion that these creatures are genuine reincarnations of long-dead humans is ludicrous. There is nothing innately magical about human consciousness. The soul is an antiquated concept rooted in wishful thinking. Thankfully, your deal has earned us the means to summon one of these entities. I should like to study it. Dissection would be best, but given the circumstances, I suppose that external observation will do. Good work all the same. My notes will be the richer for it. Now, what else do you have for me? Sorry, what else would you have of me? How are you getting along with the other members of the team? Perfectly well, thank you. They all seem competent enough, and there haven't been any major personality conflicts so far. He rubs his chin thoughtfully. So long as they continue performing to an acceptable standard, I can see no reason not to continue our arrangement. It's good to run with a team again. Sure, alright. What do you think of them personally? If anything changes, let me know. It's important that the team's morale stays high. Very good. I'm glad to hear it. Okay. If anything changes, let me know. It's important the team's morale stays high. He raises a finger. You don't manage morale, my friend. You manage the team. So long as we continue to succeed, morale will take care of itself. There's still something of a mystery to the group, Ractor. Mind if I ask you a few questions? No, I don't mind at all. He takes a drag on his cigarette, then slowly releases the smoke. I can't promise that my answers will satisfy your curiosity, though, but you may certainly ask. What was it like growing up in the Russian Republic? Tumultuous, as you might expect. You probably aren't old enough to remember the Euro Wars, but I am. I'd like to hear about them. My country was the instigator of the Euro War back in 30. I remember the rhetoric, the hardships of living under a wartime economy, the rampant xenophobia that took hold. I remember how we all cheered when our forces invaded Poland. 3 months, that was all that it took for our military to crush what meager resistance the Poles could bring to bear. It was quite the source of national pride at home. I remember our drive into Germany and the desperate bid to reclaim the eastern portion of that country for ourselves. Just think about the symbolic significance of such an act. An audacious move, to be sure, but Secretary Kropotkin was determined to make history. Um, yeah, in the same way Stalin was. Audacious move, you're talking about the overthrow of a sovereign nation, not a maneuver in a chess game. So what happened? Did the German military stop you? No, the Night Wraith incident did. Night Wraith? British-made fighter bombers with stealth capabilities. They're very state-of-the-art, very powerful. At least that's what they were purported to have been. Nobody has ever come forward to accept responsibility for the attack. Regardless of who was behind it, the result was the same. Wave upon wave of bombings that targeted our forces and the Germans alike, coupled with the assassinations of dozens of military leaders, a devastating synchronized operation expertly carried out over the course of a single night. At home, viral attacks shut down our power grids. Hundreds of thousands of Russian homes found themselves without heat or electricity in the dead of winter. Ooh. Koshchi scuttles forward, allowing the rigger to rest his hand on the sloping metal of its chassis. Rakta stares down at his own deformed reflection in the metal of the drone's body, a sad smile on his face. I remember huddling under a mountain of cheap blankets that my mother had piled up on my bed. They did little to protect me from the cold, but they were something I could hang on to, something tangible that I associated with warmth and comfort at home. There, as my body trembled, I watched my breath frost over, a horrible truth descending upon me. We had caused this. We were the villains of the First Euro War. For the first time, I came face to face with what Kropotkin's folly had brought us, and there, under that ridiculous heap of rags, I came to realize what would surely come to pass. The world thought us villains, so they would treat us like villains. We would be pariahs in the international stage, crippled by retributive sanctions. We would never live down the shame. He wipes his hands as if cleaning them. A wry smile spreads across his face. And then the AFA invaded Greece and Spain, sparking off Euro War II. We redeployed our troops to help repel them, and all was right again. That easy, huh? I have to imagine that you still had enemies in Poland and Germany even after the start of the Second War. Oh, we were still regarded with suspicion, of course, but all of Europe might have fallen if it hadn't been for our help. In essence, we took back our reputation at gunpoint. Not an ideal solution, I admit, but it worked. Within the span of 4 months, we Russians had gone from nobodies to a terrible threat to unlikely saviors in the eyes of the Western world. Studying exactly how this happened has taught me a great deal about human psychology and social dynamics. Um, Human psychology? You say it as if you weren't one. He laughs, just a figure of speech, my friend, nothing more. Now, shall we talk about something else? Surely there are more interesting and relevant things to discuss. You mentioned that the Second Euro War was sparked off by the AFA. Who were they? Takes a drag on the cigarette. Ah, yes, I suppose you wouldn't know. They were only active for the years surrounding the conflict, after all. The AFA was the Alliance for Allah, serving under Mullah Sayyid Jazir. A coalition of right-wing Middle Eastern governments that's assembled after the failure, some say sabotage, of the United Islamic Conference. They looked to a weakened Europe and saw an opportunity, one that my country was entirely responsible for creating. So they launched a surprise attack, so the AFA invaded Europe, but Russia was really to blame. That probably shouldn't have come as a surprise. So they launched a surprise attack. Yes, but in hindsight, we should have foreseen it. Ultimately, the AFA did what any hawkish power would have done in their position. I cannot fault them for taking advantage of Europe's weakened state. Given the circumstances, they would have been foolish not to. So what happened? How did the war end? Well, I take it you beat them. I mean, I haven't heard of the AFA before, so things can't have ended well for them. No, my friend, they did not win. The AFA folded in 37 after Jazria's assassination. A lucky thing for us, too, the body count could have been a great deal higher. In the years that they were active, the AFA gave us a hell of a fight. Fair enough. Did you immigrate directly from Russia to Hong Kong? No, between my years in Nizhny Novgorod and my time here in Hayoi, I spent a year in the free city of Berlin. That was where I got my feet wet as a Shadowrunner. You see, I ran with a team of anarchists for a time and learned the ropes of the occupation under their tutelage. Anarchists, huh? Must have been interesting. He shrugs. It was, to a point. They were disorganized to be sure, but perfectly capable. We enjoyed a certain level of camaraderie while we ran together. Sadly, we are no longer on the best of terms. Okay, what happened? An opportunity arose and I seized it. In so doing, I left Berlin for Hong Kong, and I did so without much advance notice. My absence made life difficult for them, and they blamed me for their hardships. You're a grown man. If you wanted to leave, you are under no obligation to stay. Shrug, you did what you had to do. If you cut and ran on me, I'd be pissed at you too. You're a grown man. If you wanted to leave, you are under no obligation to stay. Thank you for taking my side, but I can see their point as well. As I said, my departure caused some complications for them. That said, I haven't lost any sleep over it. I merely did what I had to do. He looks away, a wistful expression on his face. Kuroshi scrapes the ground with its forelegs, its senses fixed firmly on you. What'd I do? Ultimately, I would say my time in Berlin was quite educational, different from my earlier life in Russia, to be sure. As I said, the experience was invaluable. Ultimately, though, Aloy is probably better suited to my sensibilities. Also, life in Hong Kong is more structured than it is in Berlin. Things make sense here in a way that the Flux state didn't. He taps a finger to his temple. I have an orderly mind, everything in its place, neatly labeled and filed away. This approach is what allows me to make sense of the world. To say that the people in Berlin I knew in Berlin thought differently would be an understatement. Why'd you move from Russia to Berlin? He held his tongue for a moment, considering. When we first met, I told you I parted ways with Grishin Avikor under Aviakor? Under unfortunate circumstances, yes. You mentioned it. These same circumstances led me to Berlin. I was wronged, and I would not find recourse in Russia. He sighs. I suppose there is no sense in being vague. I'll tell you the story if you want to hear it. Please, lay it on me. You may remember the self-repair system I mentioned the first time we met, the module that would allow Koshi or any sufficiently equipped drone to repair itself. I told you that my research had been lost. That was not strictly true. It was stolen by a pair of colleagues who I had long considered friends. They were researchers from my old lab. They turned against me, stole our work, in truth, my work, and defected. Why would they do that? They betrayed you, huh? Why would they do that? Desperation and ambition. They had always been fixated on getting out of Russia. Christian Aviaco was a nationalized corporation and they would never get rich as cogs in a government-controlled machine. In our project, they saw their key to breaking away and earning their fortunes, never mind the fact that I was opposed to the idea. Do you have any leads of where they might have gone? And so you followed them, I take it. Yes, the two had long spoken about moving to Berlin, which was true of a great many academics in Russia. My homeland is a bureaucratic dictatorship, you see. There is little personal freedom and there are many rules to be followed. As you might imagine, the stable anarchy of the flux state can be an alluring concept to those who live under totalitarian rule. Ugh, mouthful. Berlin is much romanticized back home. Um, so you assumed that your former colleagues had run to Berlin. Makes sense. If you spent your life tied up in bureaucracy, you could do worse than moving someplace with no rules. Makes sense if you spent your whole life tied up in bureaucracy. Oh, the Flux State has rules, my friend. They aren't codified, but they most certainly exist. Should you ever travel there, you'll want to remember that. But I digress. In the hunt for my traitorous colleagues, Berlin was my only lead. I decided that I would travel there. At best, I would find them. At worst, it would be a good place to rebuild my life. There is a squeal of tortured metal as Koshi drags its claws over the iron grating that covers the floor. Racta glances down at the drone and it goes calm. He takes a deep breath and continues. It took me over a year to locate my former friends. It was a long, painstaking search, but I was nothing if not determined. I found evidence that they used my research as a bargaining chip to secure positions at Ares, and that they were in Hong Kong. And so you came here to Haoi. He nods. I picked up and left the next day. My old team was upset, to be sure. Lucky Strike in particular howled for my blood, but I know where my priorities lie. Oh hey, Lucky Strike! Yeah, she's in the Dragonfall. I talked to her once, and that was it. And so here I am, and here they are, and soon I will be ready to act. I really must thank you for inviting me into the team. Your abilities will be invaluable when the time finally comes to make my move. Assuming, of course, that you'd be willing to help me. Sorry, that you'd be willing to help. Of course, when you're ready, just say the word. Something tells me that you weren't surprised when I invited you onto the team. You were waiting for this, weren't you? I thought it might go over better if you believed it to be your idea, and it would seem that I was right. I am on the team after all. Yes, you are, and you're right. I, for one, would be happy to help you. When you're ready, just say the word. That can still change. Nah, we're going for the top one. Thank you, my friend, but this is a discussion for another day. We aren't ready to hit an Ares facility yet. There is more intelligence to gather before we make our move anyway. When the time comes, I will let you know. Um... I've got a few more questions for you if you don't mind. What can you tell me about the colleagues who stole your work? The stolen research means more to you than money, doesn't it? Any thoughts? Got a few more questions for you if you don't mind. Raises an eyebrow. Go ahead and ask, my friend. I'm not stopping you. Oh, let's talk about something else. What can you tell me about the colleagues who stole your work? Today they call themselves Taylor and Hardingham. Hardingham. That name looks familiar. He speaks through clenched teeth. Koshi drags a claw across the ground and you can hear the squeal of metal on metal. These aren't their real names, obviously. They shed their former identities when they left their old lives behind. Okay. What were they called when you worked with them back in Christian Aviaco? It doesn't matter. Those men are as dead to me as they are to the world. My old colleagues no longer exist. Taylor and Hardingham are all that remain. They are targets now, nothing more. Fair enough. He idly brushes Koshi's armored chassis and with the fingertips of his right hand. Oh, how wonderful it will be to find them. What a reunion we will have. Fair enough. This stolen research means more to you than money, doesn't it? He nods his head. Yes, yes, much more. It was my life's work, and it was important. Reducing it to a bargaining chip was a deadly insult, both to me and to all those who would benefit from my work. It's just a self-repair system for a drone. How important can it be? You say that almost with religious fervor. I don't think I've seen you get this intense about anything. I'm gonna go with the third one. I don't think I've seen you get this intense about anything. The corner of his mouth tilts upwards. I suppose that's probably true. This is a matter that's near to my heart. Indeed, it ties into the guiding philosophy of my life. Tell me, are you familiar with the concept of transhumanism, the transformation of humanity as a species by technological means? Sure, if I'm not mistaken, we're already living in a transhumanist present. No, sorry, I never heard of the term. Etiquette academic Huxley coined the term in the late 1950s, I believe. He nods. Yes, that's right. The seeds of the idea trace back even further to the 1920s and J.B.S. Haldane, but it was Huxley who popularized it, and now the transhumanist vision has progressed beyond philosophy. It is fact. Look at you. Cybernetics are a fact of everyday life. The synthesis of man and machine is the crowning achievement of meta-humanity as a people. I believe that we are well on our way to a truly post-human future, one in which the synthesis of man and machine is perfected to the point that the terms become interchangeable. In such a future, the capacity for unlimited self-repair would be indistinguishable from immortality. You can see then why the theft of my research came as such a blow. My former colleagues hadn't just stolen from me, they'd taken my contribution to the future of our species and reduced it to a bargaining chip. I get it, I'd be upset too. So, when are you planning on killing them? This sounds a little far-fetched to me, no offense. Ooh. So, when are you planning on killing them? Soon enough. I'm still narrowing down their location. Ares Asia Holdings has enclaves all over this island, and it wouldn't do to raid the wrong one. All will be made right soon enough, though I am nothing if not a patient man. I can wait. He rises, brushes himself off, and with that I'm afraid that I'm going to have to bid you good night. I've taken enough of a break for one evening. There is still work to be done, and it would be lax of me to put it aside any longer. Say no more. I'll see myself out. Thanks, Ractor. It was interesting. Alright, good luck with that. Say no more. I'll see myself out. He nods at you. Good night. Cute. Let's go see about talking to the various other team members, because I really do need to keep up on that. Good to see you. Now leave me alone. I got stuff to think about. I don't think he came on the last run. I want to talk about you and me. He rests his eyes on you for a moment, his face neutral. Yeah, I guess now's as good a time as any. You're not acting like the Duncan Wu that I grew up with. What made you decide to become a cop? I needed structure bad. You know that better than anyone. I was already hardcore when we met, Mr. Ultra Violence. I'd do anything to get a rise out of the guys I was rolling with. Gouging eyes, inverting knees, curb stomping. That shit got me cheers. I was like a pit fighter, bloodletting for the crowd, and I learned to enjoy it. But I never learned how to block out the memories of their screams when I was lying in bed at night. The guilt started eating me alive, and then I was scared to be alone with my thoughts, so I tried to drown them out with all the things that you drown things out with. Who? I remember that you were pretty messed up when we met. How bad was it? You never told me that before. You seemed to have it under control. Seemed to have it under control when we were together. Yeah. You never told me that before. It's funny how people remember things. Yeah, when we squatted together, and later, when we were living with Ray, I was still a violent son of a bitch, but basically under control. But that was you, Red. You were the voice of reason, the brains. That sounds about right. Me? The brains? My int is too, sir. Don't pretend you weren't the leader. You know how it was when we ran the streets together. I was the muscle, and you called the shots. You pointed, and I hit. But later, after Ray got me some counseling, I realized I let you call the shots so that I wouldn't have to, because I knew that what I wanted was wrong. By following your lead, I was deflecting my own guilt onto you. I could just knock heads and walk away clean, you know. Don't look at me. I'm just doing what I'm told. Oh. And then you left. Without you there, I knew that I was in serious trouble. The poster boy for anger management issues. Ooh, buddy. Raymond could provide a stable environment, a decent therapist, and money for prescriptions. But you know, Raymond, he's an egghead engineer with a philanthropic streak, not a drill sergeant, and a drill sergeant was what I needed. I needed structure and discipline in a way that he couldn't offer me. I needed a cage to keep myself in line. Fair enough, if that's what you think. So I found myself a cage, made rules, procedures, and training, Lone Star. Raymond helped me with my application and provided a decent character reference. I got in, and it helped a lot. Lone Star got me where I needed to be, and now it's all gone, and you're back. Ooh. It seems like Carter's death hit you pretty hard. Wu continues stretching. Yeah, she was a good one. We were a real team. Joining Lone Star helped me in all sorts of important ways, no doubt about it. I really embraced being a cop. I studied my ass off. But no matter how hard I worked, I was never more than a model cop with a brutal streak. There were plenty of assignments that were perfect for a big, mean orc like me. Assignments that would have fed my need to hurt people, but I met Carter about a year in. She changed things. She talked about values and goals and priorities and constructing the life that you want to live. She was a real trip. Sounds like a good woman. Yeah, not my thing. She sounds wise. Sounds like a good woman. Wait, no, they weren't a thing. She sounds wise. He pauses, is stretching for a moment. Huh? Never thought about that word as a way to describe her. Wise. From an outside perspective, I guess you'd say that, but to me, she was just grounded. She knew who she was, where she was going, and what got her there. Carter understood how the world worked, but compartmentalized it so she could focus on making a life for herself that made sense. She kept me focused. When Raymond asked me to meet him in Hong Kong, I had a feeling I was going to wind up off the reservation if I didn't bring Carter along, and now she's gone, and here I am. You only took a step off the reservation. You can choose to step back too. It might be time to stop looking for someone to hold your leash, Duncan. We can handle it like we used to. I'll be the brains and you be the muscle. I say that you honor her memory by showing her how much you've learned. That one. Wu's mouth drops open, then curves into a grin. He shakes his head, still smiling. I'm sorry, did Melinda Nix just give me sage advice? Sounds like you did some growing up of your own. You've been waiting a long time to ask me about the night I left, haven't you? Wu chuckles and hooks his thumbs in his belt. I guess I have, yeah. It's about what you were doing before you got thrown into that corp facility. You said that you had a friend who was in a bind, but that was all you could say. How did it go? Went fine. It was a cakewalk, really. Nothing to talk about. Let's just say we're not friends anymore and leave it at that. I don't know. Went fine. It was a cakewalk, really. Nothing to talk about. This sounds like a lie. Whatever you say, Melinda. Oh. You ever think about when we were kids? It begins moving through some sort of pattern. Might be Tai Chi. Try not to. What are you talking about exactly? Squat in the Barrens on Leary Way. That, least of all, we're not exactly talking about an idyllic youth here, Melinda. Still, it was better than being on the streets. Sleeping in dumpsters, running from ghouls, fighting over scraps. Wu stops moving, drifts for a moment, and defending your territory. If we hadn't found that place on Leary, found Lockjaw and Double Tray, we probably wouldn't be here. Why were you thinking about back then? Miss the clarity of that life, scrounge for food, defend your squat, watch each other's backs. Just thinking about that thing DT used to say. I don't know, I guess I was thinking about anywhere but Hong Kong. I was thinking about that thing DT used to say. What did DT used to say? Wu returns to his patterns. He manipulates an imaginary soap bubble between his hands. Improvise, adapt, overcome. That's how you beat the street. I remember Double Tray saying that. It was while we were living between the red hot nukes and the 162s, crazy ass dwarf anarchists on one side, flesh eating ghouls on the other. Those are the days that you long for? Long for no. I was just thinking that it's the same now as it was back then. Our priorities were simple. It was you and me, Duncan. Those other guys were important, but it was always about you and me. Uh, almost misclicked. Long for no. Yeah, I'm gonna go with the top one. Long for no. I was just thinking that it's the same now as it was back then. There's a raspy baritone fills the space between you, bridges it. Survive and watch each other's back. Yeah, I know. Alright, let's talk later. Yeah, later would be good. Don't get me wrong, catching up is nice, but I'm not used to being as social as this. That's one of the reasons why it was so nice to work under Carter. We both appreciated long silences. Sorry, man. She seemed like good people. Hey, if you'd rather I didn't come by anymore, I'll clear out then, give you your personal space. Thanks, I'll bask in it. Oh, and good talk, Melinda. I'll catch up with you later. Hey, Isabel. How you doing? Isabel is jacked into the octopus. Her body sits inert, her breathing shallow. As you approach, an image blossoms onto the largest of the octopus's view screens. Hello down there. It's good to see you again. She smiles down on you from the monitor, her outlines scintillating with blue-white light. She looks peaceful, at ease. That's fucking cool. Nice avatar. That's a good look on you. You really feel at home in the Matrix, don't you? You look happy in there. Nice avatar. It's a good look on you. Isn't it? I've spent months customizing this avatar. She feels more real to me than my own skin. You really feel at home in the Matrix, don't you? You look happy in there. I suppose that I am. It's a comfort thing. As long as I'm jacked in, I can be whoever I want to be, whatever I want to be. Out there in meat space, I usually feel uncomfortable in my own skin. The avatar offers you a lopsided smile. I'd probably just live in here if I could. I've heard about deckers who've tried it. It never turned out well. Dehydration is a bad way to go. I know, and of course I was joking, but truth be told, I do spend most of my time out there, wishing I were back in here. Fair enough. If you were a Decker, you'd feel the same. It's hard to live in a cage of meat when you know how sweet it feels to leave your body behind. She pauses for a moment, considering, then her avatar shimmers forward, filling the screen. A slight frown crosses her face. You know, Red, I've been thinking about the question you asked me a while back, the one about the walled city. The avatar fidgets. The one that I dodged. Yeah, I remember. You don't have to make a big thing out of it, Isabel. It's fine. It didn't feel like a dodge to me. Besides, the whole game of questions thing was your idea in the first place. I want to pick one of these two, which is the top two, but I don't know. You don't have to make a big thing out of it, Isabel. It's fine. It isn't though, not really. I cheated you out of an answer that I owed you. For what it's worth, I wasn't trying to do that. It's just that talking about the walled city is problematic for me. I understand. I grew up in the Barrens. I know how hard it can be to talk about this stuff. We've all got problems. That shouldn't stop us from doing what needs to be done. Things are hard. I get it. But this is important is... I understand. I grew up in the Barrens. I know how hard it can be to talk about this stuff. No, it isn't that. I'm not explaining myself correctly. It isn't that I'm tortured by bad memories or anything like that. The problem is that I can't remember my childhood. Oh. Oh, that's even worse. The walled city, that entire chapter of my life, is nothing but a blur to me. I can give you general information about life on the inside, but the specifics of my own experience, sorry, are gone. Gone? What do you mean gone? Do you have amnesia or something? Something like that. The avatar fidgets on screen. There were a variety of factors in play. Okay. The upshot of all this is that there are things that I can tell you about, but only a few and only in bold strokes. I don't expect any personal stories. I couldn't share them even if I wanted to. Fair enough. So if that's okay with you, if you'll be satisfied with trivia and urban legends, then we can talk. Just say the word. Otherwise, well, at least now you know why. Any thoughts about that last one? She shakes her head. Nope, sorry, jacking into the octopus is how I relax after a long day at work. Some people go to sports bars or strip clubs. I do this. As a rule, I don't spoil my leisure time with shop talk. We aren't, but we're already talking shop, aren't we? Hey, if that's the way you feel. It is, so if you wouldn't mind changing the subject. Cool. How did you lose your childhood memories? Isabel Avatar frowns. I'd rather not go into it. It's personal, suffice to say. That I've never missed them, at least not until now. If you ever want to talk about it, I'm a good listener. She looks away. Great. I'll keep that in mind. Give me what you can about the walled city. At this point, anything would help. Alright, the avatar licks its lips and nods. I can do that. Isabel's avatar turns, begins to pace on the screen where she steps. Spiderwebs of light spread across the tiled ground of the octopus's sculpted matrix hub. When I think about the walled city, the thing that stands out the most in my mind is the legends, the mythology of the place. If I hadn't lived them, I might have found those stories fascinating. The scintillating figure turns to you on the screen. Did you know that Kowloon Walled City is supposed to be cursed? That's what the locals believe. We had ghost stories and everything. Ghost stories? Isabel Avatar nods. Our own homegrown legends about things that haunted the walled city. Demons from another place. The Yama Kings. Yama Kings derived from the mythological judge of the dead, I presume. That was where they came from, yeah, but the Yama Kings that we told stories about were their own things. Bastardizations of the original myths. It'd probably be easier to think of them like urban legends, our own little pantheon of monsters and morality tales. The stories are still clear in my mind even after everything that happened. Everyone in the walled city believed them. You can get you can get out of the walled city if you make a deal with Fu Mang. Cut the hearts from the 44 people closest to you and bring them to him. He will reward you with riches. Don't go under that arch or Queen Ya will catch you. The avatar grabs at the air, its hands leaving glowing trails as they move. She'll rip out your teeth, tie your tongue in a knot, and make you her slave for eternity. We had Xiang, our own homegrown judge of souls. People would let themselves be flayed alive in hopes that he'd reawaken them in a better life. And we had Lam Fi, the Ebony Queen, who'd teach you to hide so well that you'd slowly mutate into a cockroach. Ew. The avatar cocks its head, smirking a dismissive gesture. It's all bullshit, of course, but everybody in the walled city believed it. Um. If everyone believed in these things, maybe they're real. I wouldn't write the stories off easily. Magic is real, Isabel. If you're so convinced that these things are myths, why does everyone in the walled city believe in them? I wouldn't write the stories off so easily. Magic is real, Isabel. Of course it is, I know that, but the Yamakings can't be real. If they were, the body count in the walled city would be a lot higher. The Yamakings are glorified kid stories. They make believe, a fiction that my parents and neighbors invented to excuse their own actions. Big yawn. I can't get ahead because demons are keeping me down. Woe is me, woe is me. It's almost embarrassingly transparent when you really look at it. Lamvi, Vi turned people into cockroaches. It's just a case. Kafka? I don't know. Trope layered into a morality tale. Chi Shang, he's just Anubis with a different coat of paint. And you know that archway that I mentioned, the one that Qian Ya was supposed to haunt? I knew someone who found it. There was nothing on the other side but concrete. It's all superstitious drivel, Red. The misery in the walled city isn't the fault of demons or devils. We created it and we perpetuated it. We blamed made-up monsters on our own failings. There's nothing more pathetic than that. Sounds like you're trying to convince me that it does not... Sounds less like you're trying to convince me than it does that does like you're trying to convince yourself. What about the shared dreams? How do you explain those? Yeah, it sounds less like you're trying to convince me than yourself. I don't need to convince myself of anything. I'm telling you this for your benefit, not mine. Anyway, that's enough for now, huh? I'm sure that gives you plenty to chew on. My obligation to give you an answer is satisfied, I think. So let's talk about something else. Can you think of anything else that might help us? I don't know, maybe I'll put some thought into it. The avatar pauses, turns away. After a moment, Isabel's voice pours through the trio's speakers. On second thought, maybe I do have an idea. Are you open to taking on more work? That depends on the nature of the job and the size of the payday. Right now, I think we've got about as much work as we can handle. Of course, kindly sends me new job offers all the time. This wouldn't be work for Auntie Chang. Think of it as a side gig that you'd be doing for me. I think I've got a line on some software that could help us. I can't get it on my own though. It's a two-person job at least. What kind of software? It's kind of hard to explain. It'd be easier for me to just show you, but trust me, it'll help. I have the run all planned out already. I've done the legwork, I know the location, I know the target. Just say the word and I'll send everything I have to your mission computer. You can look it over, weigh it, and decide what you want to do. Got plenty of work on our plates as it is. I don't want to overextend the team. Alright, deal, send the file. As well as Avatar closes its eyes for a moment, then opens them with a smile. Done, you'll find the pertinent documents waiting in your inbox. If you decide to accept the mission, just check the box in the message documentation and it'll ping my comm link automatically. Alright, can't wait to find out what this is all about. I'm sure that the briefing I sent you will satisfy your curiosity. Trust me, Red, this is a good job with a solid plan behind it. You'll see as soon as you've read it, and speaking of which, you should go do that now. Then tomorrow I'll go check it out. Avatar beams at you, fantastic, I can't wait to hear what you think. Alright, Gobbet, you got anything new for me? Gobbet looks up from a dented tin of oysters at the sound of your approach. Her rats, madness, and folly scurry from her hips up to her shoulders. Two sets of beady red eyes fix themselves on you. Hey, Seattle, oyster? She spears a grey lump of seafood with a fingernail, extends it to you. It smells like low tide at a municipal pier. Eat the oyster, sure, why not? Refuse, no thanks. Refuse, are you trying to kill me? Eat the oyster, sure, why not? You pop the rubbery wad of flesh in your mouth and chew. An explosion of lukewarm brine is your reward. Good, right? Half-repressed memories of dumpster diving at the Barrens dance a merry jig in your brain as the mangled oyster slides down your throat. Yeah, delicious. I've eaten worse. That was vile, Gobbet. Yeah, delicious. I wouldn't go that far, but it's seafood and it isn't made of soy. That makes it good in my book. She tilts back the tin, drains the remaining juice, and then flicks it into the overflowing bin at her side. So, what do you need? How do you like life here in the Bolt Hole? It's fine, shaping up. Having new roomies is always nice. She smiles. How are you enjoying your cabin? Comfy enough for you? Isn't half bad. Better than some of the places I squatted in back in the Barrens. I've heard stories about the Redmond Barrens. Sounds like a real winner of a place. Kowloon isn't any better, of course, but at least our little slice of home is safe. That's true. It's handy having a mob boss on our side. I'll take the Bolt Hole over the Barrens any day. Boat should have been scrapped years ago. I'd feel a hell of a lot safer in a hotel. Yeah, I'll take the Bolt Hole over the Barrens any day. That's the spirit. A lazy smile spreads across her face as her fingertips brush Madness's back. The rat squeals and darts back into the safe haven of Gobbet's hair. You know, the Bolt Hole is a pretty mediocre name for a ship, even considering changing it. Sorry, ever consider changing it. Yeah, sure. Considered it a bunch of times. Never really cared enough to actually do it, though. She shrugs. You want to call, something else? I'm open to it. What a strong name. How about the Defiance? The Revenge feels appropriate. Let's go with something classical. The Dowager Empress has a nice ring to it. Let's call her the Kraken. The Big Texas. That's what we're calling her. Tell me you don't love it. On second thought, let's stick with the Bolt Hole. Hey, whatever you want. It doesn't matter all that much to me either way. You said you'd teach me how to be a better Shadowrunner. I'm here to collect. Still remember that, do you? Huh. I'd sort of assumed that you'd laugh that off. No dice, wizened mentor you offered, now pay up.
She straightens. Okay, how about this? I'll tell you a story about a run gone bad. You tell me what you'd have done in the runner's place, and then we'll compare notes on your answer. How's that sound? Um, you tell me, you're the teacher here, remember? Works for me, I guess. Works for me, I guess. She sweeps a tangled rope of hair out of her eyes and back over one pointed ear. After a moment of silent contemplation, she bites her lip and nods. Okay, so this is a story from early in my career. I was part of a team here in HK, but I did some occasional moonlighting for another group based out of Macau. I was a busy kid. Early in your career, so you were what, like 12 years old? Who was on this other team? Anyone I might know? Probably not. Fuck it, why not? Who was on this other team? Not unless you can talk to dead people. She pauses, raises an eyebrow. That was a spoiler, by the way. The run didn't end well. Anyway, the job was a hit on this tower, sort of a trid multiplex stash slash apartment complex. I'm sure that they've got them in Seattle too. You know the kind: 7 huge screens, monster concession stand, coffin apartments on top like barnacles on a whale. Used to go to one back in Seattle. Best way to watch urban brawl. Never been to one, but I've heard of them. I lived in one for a while. Every time they showed an action movie, the walls would shake. Used to go to one back in Seattle. Best way to watch urban brawl. She nods. Good. You know what I'm talking about then. A client wanted us to break into one of the apartments. The story was that an ex of hers, a guy named Boggs, lived there. She'd been cooped up with him until about a week prior. Then things went sour in a big way. She wanted us to get back some things that Boggs kept when he kicked her out, scared the shit out of him, bloody him up a bit, make it look like a robbery. You know the drill. Sounds more like a job for thrill gangers than full-fledged Shadowrunners. I pulled a few jobs like that myself back when I lived in the Barrens. It was a standard smash and grab then. Sounds like a job for thrill gangers than full-fledged Shadowrunners. Yeah, it was a pretty bush league gig with pay, but the pay was decent enough, not the sort of thing you'd turn down. So anyway, Sibilance, that was our group leader, had a plan. We knew that we had to go in quiet because the Metroplex had a panic system wired directly to the HKPF. If we'd gone in shooting, we'd have been drowning in cops within 10 minutes. Sib thought we could maybe take advantage of the apartment's terrible soundproofing and kick in Bog's door when the movie got loud. We'd camp out near his doorway, wait for the ceiling to start raining plaster, then smash our way in with his neighbors none the wiser. This sounds kind of familiar. Yeah, it's pretty close to what John Wilkes Booth did when he assassinated Lincoln. Sib was an amateur historian, used to bore the rest of us to tears, but I guess that it could occasionally come in handy. So we waited in the hall, just like Sibilance planned. We had a guy on the elevator, another at the stairs. I was waiting by the floor's communal kitchen. Sib took up a position by the door. She had these cyber legs that she dumped a ton of Neuen into hydraulic jacks, strength enhancements, the works. Girl could probably leg press a dump truck. Okay. Something has happened. One moment. Why is my... What? I am so confused. Alrighty. I don't rightly know what's going on right this second, so, apologies. Alright. Connection has decided to be a bit iffy, and I apologize for that. At least it's back up now. That's the main thing. Alright. So we waited in the hall. Yep, cool, we did that. She pauses for a moment. Come to think of it, most of our plans involved kicking things. There's something a little sad about that. Focus, Gobbet. Hey, if it was her thing, I wouldn't question it. And this woman was the best suited to lead this particular group of runners. Yeah, and this woman was the best suited to lead this particular group of runners. Tragically, yes, everyone else was various shades of amoral or screwed in the head. Sibilance might have had a tendency to solve her problems the same way, but she was better than the alternatives. Fair enough. Anyway, we heard a boom from downstairs, felt the walls shake with the reverb. Sib wheeled back and gave the door a massive kick just as she planned. From where I was standing, I couldn't really see what happened next. I could hear a massive crack as her boot slammed into Duraplast. The door flew off its hinges, exploded off, might be more accurate phrase. A second later, we heard an ungodly crash. There was a moment of silence, then Sib let out this little gasp. The apartment was in shambles. It looked like a hurricane had hit it. Everything was trashed, everything but the door, which was miraculously still in one piece. Remember that this was a coffin apartment. It wasn't much wider than the door was to begin with, and Boggs, well, what was left of him was under the door too. Oh, that didn't turn out well. Oh no. Well, you got the rough him up part right. That didn't turn out well. Yeah, it wasn't good. Boggs was dead, and the stuff we'd been sent there to recover had been smashed to bits, and then the building alarm went off. So that's the situation. Our payday is smashed. My temporary teammates are all standing around with stupid looks on their faces. The cops are coming. I'm standing by the kitchen. She plants her hands on her hips, smiling. What would you have done in my place? Your group was in trouble. I'd have rallied them, tried to help them fight their way past the cops and out. Siblings created this situation. You weren't even part of our team. You were subcontracted. I'd have cut and run. Damage control. I'd have looked for blackmail material to protect myself from assumed to be angry client. I tried to improvise. There was was there anything in the kitchen I could use to resolve the situation? Oh boy. It's not exactly an easy one. I'd probably try to improvise. Was there anything in the kitchen I could use to help resolve the situation? Good thinking. As it happens, there was. I knew just what to do with it. The thought popped into my head, and I just went with it. She taps her temple with a smile. That's a lesson to remember, Seattle. The first answer that you come up with is almost always the best one you're going to have. So just roll with it. Don't second guess yourself. Don't hesitate. Just act. You'll live longer that way. Got it. Now, when I think crowded theater, I think place where you can't shout fire because it'll cause a panic. And then I thought cops don't charge into burning buildings. They help people get out of them. And as it happened, I had the means to create a real genuine fire sitting right across from me. A pair of industrial ovens. You set the building on fire. Yeah, sure, makes sense to me, I guess. Robert, I don't think I can imagine an idea much worse than that. You set the building on fire? I encouraged it to burn, opened the gas vents wide, set the range on a timer, monitored back and motored back into the hallway. The others had started arguing amongst themselves. I told them to snap out of it and follow me down into the lobby. We had to clear the hallway before an errant spark took the whole floor out. Unfortunately, the rest of the group wouldn't listen. Sib and the rest of the team were too busy arguing about the relative merits of her let's kick things really hard and see what happens tactical system to want anything to do with me. I shouted back at them that the kitchen was going to explode and continued down the hallway. Just like I'd planned, I got out of that run in one piece. So did every single one of the people in that multiplex. My fire plan worked beautifully. If the rest of the team had listened to me, they might have gotten out of the building too. Kind of a bummer that they didn't, but at least the run turned out well for me. How? Your team burned to death. All's well that ends well, I guess. How? Well, I couldn't collect my pay because the run had been a disaster, but after the explosion, I got to ride in the front of the fire truck and they gave me cookies and a blanket. I wound up dating one of those firemen for a few weeks. All things considered, it could have gone a lot worse. Fair. Gobbet claps her hands together and rubs them, a satisfied look on her face. So, Seattle, the laughter disappears from her voice and her expression goes serious. It's like somebody flipped a switch. Suddenly, the look in her eyes is shrewd and calculating. Tell me, what was the moral of this story? What lesson was I trying to convey? Don't go on shadow runs with idiots. Go with your gut. Fire solves all problems. Don't go on shadow runs with idiots. Ha, funny lady. Well, that is a lesson, maybe even a valuable one. It isn't what I was trying to convey. Now pay attention because this is important. What I was trying to teach you is that you should trust your impulses. When a run has gone south and you need to improvise, don't overthink it. She scratches Folly behind the ears. Once you've committed to doing something, you've got to follow it through, though no arguing or hand-wringing, just do it. If you get caught up in your own head and agonizing over past mistakes, well, don't be surprised if you wind up dead. A kitchen fire can take you down as easily as a cop's bullet if you stand around and let it. Fair enough. Are you certain that Sibilance and the rest of the Macau team are dead? She shrugs. They weren't with me when I got evacuated with the rest of the moviegoers. I never saw them leave the building, and I haven't heard from them since. I guess it's possible that somebody made it, but I don't really run in those circles anymore. Odds are good that if anyone from the Macau team did survive, they'd have died off by now from sheer incompetence. Shadowrunning is an unforgiving business. You don't get to make too many mistakes. Did any of that stuff in this story actually happen, or did you make it up for my benefit? Seattle, I'm hurt. It all went down exactly like I said it did. She pauses. Well, except for a couple embellishments here and there, but they make it a better story, artistic license, and all that. Gobbet leans back and stifles a yawn. Madness and folly dart up to her left shoulder. As I start yawning and lock their beady eyes on you. Hate to break it to you, kiddo, but I'm beat. It's been a long day. Lesson's over for now. We'll pick it back up next time. Alright, Gobbet, I'll catch you next time. Watch who you're calling kiddo. I'm older than you are. Alright, Gobbet, I'll catch you next time. Yeah, sounds good. I'll have your next lesson ready and waiting too. She makes a brushing motion with her fingers. Scurry along now. Your mentor needs rest. Okay. Go double check what jobs we have. Mission computer. Blinking message in the upper right corner notifies you have 1 unread messages. Job offer from Isabel. A recording of Isabel pops onto the screen. She stares into the camera, her eyes full of intensity. If you're watching this, you've decided to listen to my job offer. That's a good thing. I wasn't convinced that you would. Our target is a local Decker, a former Wempoan in the Matrix. His handle is Rhombus. He has the software that we need. Unfortunately, he's unassailable from the Matrix. Nobody knows where he lives in meat space, but I know where he's going to be. There is an event coming up that Rhombus can't afford to miss. He might already be on his way there. As you're reading this message, deckers from all over Asia, white hat and black hat alike, are converging on the Harvest Spires Hotel. This year, Harvest Spires is hosting DeckCon, Hong Kong's largest annual decking convention. Rhombus is going to be there, and that gives us an opportunity. We're going to hit the convention, find him in meat space, and get the software away from him. And we're going to do it quietly. Enclosed, you will find a copy of the plan that I've worked out for the run. Presented in bullet point format, everything should be fairly straightforward. Isabel's image winks off the screen, replaced by a blinking cursor. As you watch, the screen begins to fill with lines of simple instructions. I will provide you with one other runner of your choice with visitor passes for the convention. I will proceed ahead of you using my own guest badge. I will hide in the women's lavatory on the first floor. You will enter via the kitchen and procure me a uniform from the catering staff. Please be sure that the uniform is size 4. We will rendezvous. I will change into the uniform, and using it, I will infiltrate the administrative wing on the 6th floor. You will proceed into the convention hall and await further instructions. Using the admin computer, I will identify Rhombus via his guest registration form. Once I have done this, I will alert you via comlink. I will upgrade your badge to VIP status, granting you access to the VIP wing of the hotel. You will tell Rhombus that he has been granted VIP status and offer to escort him to a complimentary hotel room. You will escort him to a room that I designate and hold him there. I will jack out of the Matrix and make my way from the admin wing to your room. We will intimidate Rhombus and / beat the tar out of him until he gives us the software. We will tie and gag Rhombus and stuff him in a storage closet. We will not be gentle. It's okay if he starts crying. Actually, please prioritize this. I want to see tears. Software in tow, we will make our escape. The glowing text fades and Isabel winks back onto the screen. See, it's a simple plan. Just like I said, we should be able to get through it without firing a shot. So, will you do it? Will you help me to get the software I need? I'm gonna take the run. I just, probably not doing it right now. The pre-recorded footage of Isabel winks off of the screen. A real-time feed of the Matrix avatar replaced it. Excellent. I knew I could count on you. Saddle up, Red. This is going to be fun. Cool. Alright. What jobs do we have? Welcome to Haoi. This is previous messages. Jobs directory. Active. Attending a party. Isabel job. Urgent task. I think this is the one that the Rigo wants to go on. Yeah, this is the Ares one. Cool. Alright. Fucking up feng shui. Kidnapping. Ares job. Companion mission. Kind of sketchy mission. Cool. Why do I have a terrible feeling that the stream is actually down again? Alright, information concerning a prototype laser in development by Ares. Rather than strike directly. Two leading drone and energy weapons researchers have been recently transferred from London to Hong Kong. They are running the project. Dr. Taylor's and Hardingham were respected in Europe, but in Hong Kong there remain unknown quantities. They're untrusted and therefore are considered untrustworthy, perfect targets, in other words. We will provide data that will make it look as if the researchers were contacted by Golden Fong and made quite a bit of money, but grew tired of the arrangement. Transfer the attached files to a data chip. The files are bundled with a worm program which will auto-execute when inserted into the appropriate systems. You need not bring a Deca, though one may be helpful. We'll need to plant the data in the visitor record systems, camera systems in Huntingham and Taylor's lab. Financial data will be transferred to Dr. Taylor's personal terminal. That in and of itself will not be enough to ensure night errant involvement, however. Planting the data is only the first part of the task. This will be a heavier touch. This is where a heavier touch will be required. We'll also need to steal the prototype laser weapon. There is a GPS tracking device attached to it, which Clue will plant deep in Red Dragon territory. The apparent theft of the prototype weapon by a disgruntled Triad member should convince Ares to dispatch overwhelming force against the Red Dragon, dealing them a vicious blow. As a note, Blue does not care what becomes of the laser weapon. If you wish to sell it or keep it, feel free. I have attached a map of your extraction route from the building. During the facility's expansion in 2052, Ares Asia was forced to extend their foundations deeper into the island. We will... So we'll be exiting through the basement. Keep this short because time is money. Kindly said to drop you a line in case you forget what needs doing. Get to Repulse Bay. Dig up some dirt on Neville and maybe get Penny Wong out of her contract. Don't care how you do it, just get me something I can use to get ahead of Neville. You do good, I'm your friend for life. Life, Dr. S. Alright, an interesting place to be chilling out, sir. Or train. Um, I'm kind of tempted to do the Repulse Bay Hotel one first. We want Isabel. Oh, you biotech one up. Nice. Um, I don't think bringing the samurai is going to be a good idea. Let's say they're just not going to comment on the fact that I'm bringing a ghoul with me. It should be fine, right? I no idea. that is working now. Lovely. That one isn't, but you know. See if we can hit reload on this. Cool. It's working again. Love that. Alright.
Be a safe escalator user. Hold the handrail and take care of children and the elderly.
Magic. Decking. Drone. Did we bring Duncan with us? I think he's the only one who can do AP damage. I'm sure it's fine. Yeah, cool. Confirm.
Hold the handrail.
Exit stage left. You arrive at the eponymously named Repulse Bay, a gleaming hotel and apartment building on the shores of Repulse Bay, Hong Kong Island. Rolling storm clouds choke the sky, lending the structure a sinister appearance. As you push through the doors and into the building, a sudden break in the clouds reveals the sun that's gone red as blood. You make your way into a ground floor elevator. The attendant pays you no mind. As the car begins to climb, you hear sounds of merriment drawing closer. As the doors slide open, you find Nevermar's party in full swing. Okay. Um. Damn. Required conjuring 5. That's sadness. Can I take this? No. Cool. Helpful. Um. Team. Items. Cool. One for you. One for you. One for you. Gonna take that for shits and giggles. You can get the good one. Wait, no. You can get the good one. Yeah, cool. Let's go. The elevator disgorges you onto the mezzanine with little fanfare. Off in the distance, you can hear the sounds of clinking glasses, carefree laughter, and silverware on china. I'm kind of out of my element here, Red. I'm not much of a party person. How do you want to handle this? Check the apartment first. Um, let's get to that party and see if we can dig anything up. Party is too high visibility for my liking. Let's try the apartment first. We'll play it by ear. We'll play it by ear. I don't know the scene any better than you do. Um, play it by ear. I don't know this scene any better than you do. It's probably the wisest choice. He strokes his chin, and Koshi flexes its articulated limbs in anticipation. Lead on, we will follow. Retail guest. Look, I'm kind of just hoping that I can roll charisma my way through this because I don't have socialite. Hi, how you doing? Sullen-looking troll stands on the periphery of the kitchen, turns to you, shoulders slumped forward, and sighs. No restaurant service tonight. The kitchen staff's too busy with the party to serve anyone. Wish I could get onto that balcony. He sniffs the air wistfully. All that delicious food. Why can't you get in? Guests only. The guy throwing it seems connected to the Trid industry. There's tons of actors in there. Some of them from Promises in Moonlight. They fiddle shyly. You know the show, right? I'm afraid not. I don't have time for that crap. Of course, can't wait for the new season. Afraid not. His eyes widen excitedly. You need to see it. It's the best show on Tridio ever. He leans in, face inches from yours. Ever. I'll get right on that. Good luck with the kitchen, buddy. Security guard. Waiter. Inspect. Buddha's delight. Now I gotta fucking check. Which etiquettes do I have? Find incriminating evidence, gain access to the apartment. This is going to be a pain in the butt. It's fine. Figure it out. No, what we should do though. Before I start fucking things up. Save. There we go. What's over here? Everybody in. Have Isabel Jack in. Power blaster, suppression, medic, killer, shield, assassin. Okay, cool. System trace of 30. Oh boy. Oh, this is gonna be a rough one. Okay, so there is safe. We want to go that way. think over here is safe. Yep. Okay, so once the two come back down this way, I can basically run all the way up to here. And then keep going. Locker IC rating 7. Ooh! Yeah, this is gonna be a rough one. Oh, it's a 6. Okay. 35 seconds. Let's see if we can't give us a bit more time. No. That one. Data core. Welcome to the Respawn Base Central Data Hub. Please state query. Search for information on Neville Ma. Neville Ma, resident, penthouse apartment number 2. Expand query. Apartment door code. Apartment door code is 1635. Cool. Love that. Search other records. Select subject. Events. One event found. Yellow Springs Film Private Party. Mezzanine level. Front desk indicates 6 unclaimed invitations. Download invitation. Yes, no. Download the invitation. Invitation downloaded. Welcome to thing. Search other records. Planned hotel expansion. You download a series of files detailing expansion plans to the hotel's ground floor. These might be valuable to construction firms. Search other records. Maintenance logs. Accessing maintenance logs. Reams of data flood the screen. Everything's organized by way of reference numbers. It's an incredibly obtuse and confusing system. Without knowing what number to search for, there is little of value to see here. Okay. Do I need to come back here? Maybe? Go back. Disconnect. DTFO. Okay. We have invitations. We love that. Wait up. Chat with you. Party looks like it's really fancy. I don't know. I could swear I saw Penelope Wong. Oh man, I'd love to meet her. She's so glamorous. Interesting. The ragged waiter manages to straighten up as you approach. Good evening, ma'am. Welcome to the veranda at the Repulse Bay. How may I be of service? Service? What's with the guard by the balcony? There's a private party outside. Our establishment provides security for any event that requires it. But don't worry, the balcony will be free again in a few hours. I've got some questions about Neville Ma. Heard of him? His aggression clouds. Certainly, everyone knows Mr. Ma. Yeah, what kind of guy is he? Between you and me, he's difficult. Which is putting it lightly. Man runs the staff ragged. He jerks his thumb in the direction of the veranda. That's his party out there. Richies, like him, love to display their wealth. Sounds like you have some stories. He lowers his voice, like you wouldn't believe. He once made a handful of us all walk all handful of us walk all the way out to Shek O to fetch dumplings for his guests. It was pouring out, the wind's blowing around 50 kilometers per hour, practically a death march in that weather. Why didn't the kitchen make him some dumplings? Ma said the kitchen's dumplings weren't good enough, called them peasant food in front of all his guests. Chef Kang was furious, of course, but since Ma's rich, hotel management told us to give him whatever he wanted. By the time we got back from Shek O, the dumplings were cold, the party was over, and Ma had retired to his suite with a pair of starlets. We had to pay for those dumplings out of our own damn pockets. A couple days later, Kevin came down with pneumonia from the trip, lost his job over it. And that's just one of our experiences with him. Needless to say, no one here's a fan of the man, but we're paid to serve the tenants here, so that's what we do. He shrugs. It's a living. You look exhausted. Why don't you take a break? Not yet. I can't afford to miss any tips. He sighs. I went to Macau last week, and it wiped me out. Bad luck with the horses, you know. I'm in a pretty lucrative trade myself. Care to make a deal? Today's the day your luck changes. I'm willing to help you out for some information. This guy looks absolutely shattered. Like, I feel like I should give him some. Today's your luck changes. I'm willing to help you out for some information. The waiter stares at you, suspicious, but his desperation gets the better of him. I'm listening. I need access to a penthouse apartment. Name your price. I've got no one to spare. I've already got the code. Never mind. So here. Nothing of interest. Love that. Neville. Penelope. Security guard. Is it worth going up to the penthouse now and seeing what we can do? Oh, it's completely optional to go to the party. I'm guessing this guy is here if you don't bring Isabel along. Security guard. Security guard stands in front of the patio, a bored expression on his face. He looks up at you and down. Looks you up and down as you approach. Private party pal, invitation only. Item, party invitation is what we're gonna do, but are you kidding me? I was just in there talking to Kevin Chu. Don't tell me you've forgotten my face. I'm sure there are at least half a dozen people in there without invitations. What's one more? And what happens if I just walk past you? You really gonna stop me? Sorry, I left mine in the car. I couldn't. It shouldn't be a problem though. I'm old friends with Penelope Wong. Never mind. Party invitation. Here you go. He takes the invitation and scrutinizes it, then looks at you, reluctance plain on his face. Enjoy the party, ma'am. Come again. Fuck yeah. Juicer. Interesting. Hey, buddy. Party goer raises an eyebrow at your approach. They're serving century-old Cabernet Like Punch here, it's hard to believe considering how much a single bottle costs, but it's even harder to believe Mr. Ma's hosting this party so soon after his accident. I heard about that. Doesn't seem to have slowed him down though. The man's a machine, he smirks, amused by himself. No, literally. But might but he might as well be the way, not literally, but he might as well be the way he sprang back after being T-boned at 140 clicks an hour. Jesus, how's he even standing? That's quite a feat. How'd he survive? Seriously? Man should look like cat food after an impact like that. Jesus, how's he even standing? I don't know how, but here he is, alive and kicking, or dining, regaling, what have you. If you ask me, it's all that positive chi the fans have stirred up. I heard there were entire message boards praying for him and making offerings at temples. Oh boy. The Matrix is nuts for promises in Moonlight. If Ma hadn't negotiated a second season, his fans would just as easily have turned on him. If that's all it takes to win immortality, maybe I should become famous too. No way, the internet can't send you chi, much less fix a broken body. Call it chi or luck or whatever you want. Ma's here, so we must be doing something right. All I know for sure is that I'm glad he's back in business and serving us buckets full of Cabernet. He catches sight of someone across the room and waves. Lisa, over here. He gives you a curt nod. Nice talking to you. Penelope. I'm sure you'll get the part. Your audition was excellent. Okay. Glamorous starlet flashes you a standard celebrity smile, lovely but emotionless. Good evening, Penelope Wong, but please call me Penny. Fantastic party, Penny. Please extend my thanks to Mr. Ma. I'm Miss Argyle. Pleased to meet you, Penny. Name's Argyle. I guess so. Parties aren't really my thing. Yeah, pleased to meet you, Penny. Name's Argyle. She lifts her drink and takes a tentative sip. What brings you to our little soiree, Miss Argyle? Don't believe I've seen you around the studio before. It's a friend of a friend sort of situation. He asked me to check on Neville. Seems he's recovered quickly considering the accident. Just business. I'm surprised Mr. Ma's up and about so soon after his accident. I'm representing some interested parties who'd like to collaborate with Yellow Spring Studios. They wanted me to make sure Neville's injuries were as minor as they'd heard. Yeah, let's go with the third one. Representing some interested parties who'd like to collaborate with Yellow Spring Studios. They wanted me to make sure Neville's injuries were as minor as they heard. The friends have nothing to worry about. I must admit, I nearly died of fright when I heard what happened. But to look at Neville now, you'd never guess he'd been hurt. She smiles demurely. It's miraculous, isn't it? His medical bills must have been steep. I saw pictures of the accident. It was a mess, Neville included. Miracles cost a lot of new in these days. Must have been some expensive treatments. I'll keep your secret if you will. It's a shame the rumor mills caught wind, though. Rumors? Sorry, there are rumors? She blinks. I haven't heard any rumors. Word on the Matrix is he's been skimming off the top to pay for his treatment. Just jealous babbling, you know the kind, that he's embezzling from the studio to pay for treatment, etc. You wouldn't believe the things people are saying. Embezzlement, secret partners, and other such chicanery. I'm sure it's all nonsense. Huh. I feel like the third one. Just jealous babbling, you know the kind, that he's embezzling from the studio to pay for treatment, etc. I like the bottom two. I mean, the bottom one gives her a chance to refute it, at least. Yeah. Jealous babbling, maybe? Yeah, let's go with that one. Her face reddens. That's ridiculous. The studio's doing better than ever. We were even expanding. No money lost there. Yeah, I suppose Neville's gotten some new investors then. I wouldn't put any stock in Matrix rumors, especially the ones about new investment partners. Then he's got someone supporting him, like a new partner. That would make sense given his situation. I wouldn't put any stock in Matrix rumors, especially the ones about new investment partners. Someone new? For a moment she's lost in thought, face twisted in concentration. No, I don't think so. But Neville did make some new friends when he was in Guangzhou. Go on. There was a woman, can't remember her name, who now visits Neville regularly. I hear she's quite the fashionista. They sound close. Well, a powerful man like him must make a lot of friends. This is a business or a personal relationship? Well, a powerful man like him must make a lot of friends. Penelope shrugs. They seem to get on well. I'm a little sad he's never introduced us, though. She's supposed to make an appearance tonight. I'm very much looking forward to meeting her. Penelope's gaze drifts over your shoulder for a moment. She smiles at someone behind you. Behind you? Oh, please excuse me. That's Mr. Yao. And I promised him I'd say hello tonight. Enjoy the party. Thank you, Penny. It was a pleasure. Find out more about Ma's friend. I'm gonna have to make it for 3 million less than my original budget. Okay. Hey buddy, how you doing? Ma is dressed in an immaculate suit, surveying his party from the edge of the balcony. As you approach, he inclines his head respectfully. Good evening, miss. I'm sorry, I don't believe we've been formally introduced. He straightens his wristwatch. I'm Neville Ma, owner of Yellow Springs Studios. Why is it Argent in this one, but it was Argyle that we were supposed to be using? Miss Argent, quite an affair you've got here. I'm Miss Argent. This is one decadent party, must have been awfully expensive. Pleasure's all mine, Mr. Carr. Call me Miss Argent. Thanks so much for hosting this gala. Go with the top one. Quite an affair you've got here. I did my best. He gestures at the array of beautiful people mingling on the dance floor. Appearances are important in Hong Kong. Huh. Need to stop randomly yawning. If you look weak, that's how you'll be treated. Make a show of prosperity and it will show. I'm sure everyone is glad to see your accident hasn't hindered you. Anyone who puts that much stock in appearances is an idiot. I've heard favors are worth their weight in gold here. Is that true? I'm sure everyone is glad to see your accident isn't hindering you. He chuckles. I blame the news feeds for that. They made the accident seem much more serious than it was. My car was destroyed, true, but I emerged largely unscathed. Astral perception to assess Neville Ma. Focusing your senses, you concentrate on Ma's aura. Your third eye slides open, unveiling the hidden reality of the astral plane. The walls of the veranda balconies go grey and cold. Neville Ma explodes into scintillating light. Judging by the state of his aura, Ma appears to be in good health. His essence is slightly frayed, the sort of damage you'd associate with a standard data jack. Otherwise, he appears to be more or less intact. You do, however, detect a faint tinge of discoloration on the periphery of his aura. A chronic illness might darken an aura in this way, but you've never seen anything quite like this before. Having seen what there is to see, your third eye slides shut. If Ma is aware that you've sensed him, he doesn't show it. I've heard about your accident. How did it happen? He sighs. It seems as though that's all anyone wants to hear about these days. To be honest, I'm getting rather tired of repeating the story. Suffice it to say, a delivery truck, a drone, experienced a glitch and ran a red light. If it hadn't hit me, it would have hit somebody else. Do you think it was intentional? Did the police discover anything unusual? Sounds like someone's got it in for you. Know anyone who could have set this up? Did the police discover anything unusual? Not really. Apparently the latest software update to the truck had gotten corrupted, but that was all they found. It was shocking to discover that the delivery company missed the glitch, but I suppose that it's a mistake anyone could have made, and certainly not enough to point to any one person. You don't appear to have any scars from your crash. You were discharged from the hospital pretty quickly after your accident. Your treatment must have been expensive. I heard you made a new friend while you were in the hospital. Yes, Miss Fang. She's quite the admirer of Promises in Moonlight. She kept my spirits up as I was recovering from the accident. Sounds like you might be more than just friends. What line of work is she in? I'm glad she could help with your recovery. What line of work is she in? She's independently wealthy. I believe that she was an early investor in Eastern Tiger during their expansion several years ago. Okay. We discharged from the hospital pretty quickly after your accident. Your treatments must have been expensive. Not especially. Going showers, hospitals are top tier. Confidentially, my rapid recovery mostly came down to luck. The accident could have been a lot worse than it was. I owe Eurocar a lot a lot of thanks for their safety features. Fair enough. Thanks for talking with me. Pleasure. Please enjoy the party. Alright. Well, time to go poke the apartment. Elevator dings softly and a bright, sophisticated elevator panel awaits your input. Take the elevator to the penthouse floor. You have fucking waterfalls in here? What the shit? Yeah, cool, that's the only way in. Keypad! The standard hotel door lock, protected by a simple hydraulic locking mechanism. Keypad is mounted beside the door frame. We already have the code, which is 1635. Door unlocks. Lovely. Why is it so cold in here? I can see my breath. That's concerning. Search suits. Rows and rows of finely tailored suits, custom shoes, and various accessories fill this room. Nope, okay, nothing of interest. Refrigerator. Fridge is well stocked. There's enough food in here to feed a big party. Liquor cabinet is full of expensive wines and spirits. Several decanters sit atop it, but one in particular catches your eye, a bottle of brilliantly bright red wine. Why do I have a terrible fucking feeling that this guy is like a ghoul or a vampire? If a vampire is a thing in Shadowrun, because I don't remember if it is. No, I'm not drinking it. Inspect. The opposite side of the living room is dominated by a massive security door. It's much heavier than the exterior apartment door and looks like a recent addition. The wall has clearly been reinforced to support it. A series of top-of-the-line commercial-grade maglocks hold the door sealed. It'd be easier to tunnel through the wall than it would be to break them open. Examine the door. Cursory glance at the door frame reveals no sign of a keypad or jack point. But you do see what appears to be an RFID reader. A 16-digit number has been stenciled into the side of the reader in red ink. This didn't come with the apartment. Why fortify an interior door like this? To keep up appearances, I think. Can you imagine what installing this monstrosity in the hallway would do to the building's aesthetic? People would talk about it. A man like Ma wouldn't want that. Well, one thing's for certain, we aren't getting through there without a key. Most likely that means that we will have to get one from Ma or one of his people. Guess we're gonna have to head back to that party. Um... Looks that way. Saddle up. We got a party to attend. The hell with the party. Someone in the building. Staff must have a key. Let's check with them. That one. Find an RFID key to Mars door. Oak. Mezzanine. Alrighty. Talk to Walter again. Good evening, madam. The heavy security door in Neville Mars' apartment. Know anything about that? Walter opens his mouth to reply, then pauses. Just how do you know about that? When were you in Mars' apartment? A few days ago, I left something in there. I need to get it back. Don't want to cause a scene. I mean, we could go bother Ma during his party, but that would look just as bad for you as it would for us. He lowers his voice. Tell you what, try talking to Chef Kang in the kitchen. He's got keys to just about every door in the place. On VIP request, he's expected to personally deliver their meal. It's a status thing, compliments of the chef or whatever. Poor guy spends as much time delivering food as he does cooking it. Worth a try. Thanks. No problem, just don't mention I sent you, alright? Chef's a vengeful man, so I don't want to get on his bad side. Understood. Alright, man. Alright, ma'am. Enjoy your day. Hey, Penelope, you want to have another chat? Welcome back, Miss Argyle. Yeah, I thought so. We told her Argyle, but we told Ma Argent. I'm so confused. Hoping you could help me, Penny. Do you have a key fob for Neville's security door? Just passing by. Have a wonderful evening. I'm gonna get in trouble if I do that. Chef looks up from his pot of boiling water, red-faced and sweating. A name tag is pinned to his lapel. Chef Victor Kang. Thought I told them to send in the waiter. Who the hell are you? Gonna be straight. I need to get past Neville Mars' security door. Heard you can help me get through Neville Mars' apartment security. Mars got this door in his room. Big thing, practically indestructible. Someone said that you can get me inside. I'm leaving. Sorry to bother you. I'm gonna be straight. I need to get past Neville Mars' security door. Yeah, I could do that, and I could also lose my job for it. You can go to jail. Sounds like a real winner of a proposition to me. He strains a vat of boiled fish through a sieve. Got work to do, stranger. Doors that away. Let's see. I heard Ma insulted your dumplings in front of his guests. That's harsh. Just wanted to say that Ma's an idiot for hating on your dumplings. I don't understand how Ma can get away with rape ragging on your cuisine. I mean, you fed his whole party. You deserve better, man. Let's try option 3. His expression hardens. Yeah, it cost me a raise and a whole lot of face. I'll bet that bastard didn't lose a week of sleep over it either. With a single motion, the chef lops off a fish's head. Give me your key fob. I'll make sure he loses sleep tonight. I know a thing or two that'll have Ma churning in his silk pajamas. Consider your key fob the means to an end. How about an exchange? Your key fob for Ma's guaranteed discomfort. Yeah, gladly. Grabs a plastic tab from his apron pocket and tosses it to you. Ruin him, will you? Or at the very least, ruin his day. I'll consider it a bonus if you wreck his anemic girlfriend and giddy Scarlet's days too. Oh. Sure, but I'll need to know more, especially about this girlfriend. What's her name? He snaps his fingers irritably. Ku Fang, that's it. She's the rich wench who paid for Ma's hospital stay. Skinny, anemic thing, never eats. All she ever orders is cheap red wine. First, I thought it was a fling, but now I'm not so sure. Maybe you can split them up. I'd thank you for it. Thanks for your help, chef. I'll see what I can do. No, thank you. Fuck. You got anything new, buddy? Never mind. Penelope. I did click on her. Why is it not doing the dialogue? Dialogue is with Penelope is illegal. Love it. Onwards to kill a vampire, I guess. Please note, the main reason I twigged that it's a vampire is because wine bottle with very dark red liquid, that is a very good reference to a very not great movie. It's good for, like, shits and giggles type thing, but, like, Lost Boys is a film of all time. Let me just put it that way. Security door. As you approach the door, a light set into your key fob goes from red to green. There is a loud series of thunks and the door slides open. A blast of frigid air floods into the room from the other side. Oh, good. A locked door. I hate it. Cyber terminal. An expensive consumer-grade computer terminal awaits your input. The display background is set to a screen capture from Promises in Midnight. Penelope Wong's radiant face beams at you from a corner of the screen. This must be Ma's personal terminal. He smiles. Can't think of a better place to dig for dirt on the man. Log into the computer as a guest. 2 keystrokes is all it takes to get into the computer's file structure. With the high-tech security door in his apartment, it seems Ma never bothered to encrypt his machine. An options menu appears on the screen. Search email. You read through Ma's email, most of it's spam and boring business arrangements, but one detail stands out. Neville Ma is frequently emailing a woman named Ku Fang. They seem close, exchanging a lot of thinly veiled flirtation. It appears that Neville has been lavishing Ku Fang with money and affection, expensive gifts, rent checks, miserable attempts at poetry, seeing to it that her every need is met. Search financial records. Neville's financial records are astoundingly boring aside for 2 major things. He spent next to nothing on his hospital bills, where it appears he only stayed for 3 days. And he's spending a lot of money on a woman named Ku Fang, jewelry, bills, clothes, and such. Okay. Are we ready for bad things to happen as I hit the unlock office door button? I am. With a push of the button, you unlock the office door on the other side of the room. An ominous thunk reverberates throughout the cold steel apartment. I don't want to walk any further in. I'm not gonna lie. There's also nothing to interact with, which has me concerned. I don't understand. Without warning, a frigid wind blows through the apartment. The chill cuts through your clothing, raising goose flesh all over your body. Where is that coming from? There is another blast of cold. Oh, there's a lot of them. And a pale and imposing woman materializes out of thin air. A throng of blank-faced men and women materialize alongside her. Yeah, that's a vampire. The little dog who's been sniffing around Neville Ma's affairs. Her voice is imperious, arrogant. Ku Fang, I presume. She nods. Just so, my servants have been watching you since you arrived. I suspect that you are an evil woman, and that you are here to do harm to Neville, and so I came to stop you. Great. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, this is gonna suck. Use astral perception to read the woman's aura. Focus your vision on the astral plane and expand your senses to take in the woman's aura. Black shadows color her essence, the kind of markings often found in the auras of terminal cancer patients and vampires. Hang on a second, you're a vampire? I think I know your secret. Hang on a second, you're a vampire? Very astute, she grins at you, displaying a set of sharp-looking teeth. And what do you intend to do about me, now that you have had this revelation? Tradition would dictate that I ram a stake through your heart. Wait. I've heard stories about Chinese vampires before. Aren't you supposed to, hop? I don't know. I think that I need to know more about you before I decide. Option 3. Information is king. A wise decision. Acting without knowledge is the mark of a fool. Know then that I am Ku Feng, and that my servants have been watching you since you arrived. You think yourself so clever, sniffing around Neville's affairs like an amateur detective, so sly, so quiet. But you're not quiet enough to escape my ears, little woman. I couldn't be less interested in hurting Neville, lady. I'm just here to finish a job. Yeah. You've got a lot of friends, but I've got the guns. I like my odds better. I don't care who you are. Step out of my way or you'll regret it. I couldn't care less about hurting Neville, lady. I'm just here to finish a job. If that is true, then it is a shame. You have seen my face, and you know what I am. Naturally, I cannot allow you to leave, and you can't afford to fight me here for fear of police involvement. She lifts her chin imperiously. Perhaps we can settle this in a more civilized manner. A face-off in a neutral location. Will you accept my challenge? A good old-fashioned fight. A duel at midnight works for me. Yeah, this is gonna end poorly. So I'm assuming she's going to bring, like, a dozen friends. Which, honestly, fair. And I kind of wish I brought the samurai with me. Mistakes have been made. Is this gonna bring the other guy as well? A good old-fashioned fight. Very well. She steeples her fingers. As for the terms, if I win, you willingly submit to my influence, you become my pawn, and if you win... If I win, you'll already be dead. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. She nods, grinning. Wait 15 minutes for the sun to go down, then come to the roof. We'll settle this there, like gentlemen and ladies. Oh, look! Ley lines. The sun dips below the horizon. Mist coalesces, coating the rooftop in dew. Q Fang and her cohorts appear. Yeah, that's a face. Are you prepared to become my servant, elf? You must not resist, or I'll be forced to kill you. Should it come to that, I'll endeavor to make it swift and painless, but no promises. Not gonna happen. Let's see what you've got. I'm ready if you are. I'm really not. I would have preferred to, like, have an extra round before this to haste literally anyone. But it's fine. I love how she went from, like, a really refined looking person downstairs to a complete mess. Not gonna happen. This will be entertaining. Kill her. Yeah, this is bad. Okay. Civilian. Oh, fucking civilians. What happens if I kill her first? Do these guys stop being hostile? Could be an interesting prospect. I want to do the dumb thing and stand in the middle here, but it's going to be a bad fucking plan. I can't haste people this turn. Get cover. Empiric regeneration, eh? This is gonna suck. Yeah, that's fair. Isabel! I have no idea how big the AoE is. I would like to hit this one, but I doubt it's gonna happen, but hey, we'll give it a go. That worked better than expected. Can you do it again, Isabel? Well, it kind of worked. Alrighty. Tractor. Stuck behind there. Where is she? The target increases chance to hit. You got a 65% chance to hit that one? Hell yeah! The target increases chances. 0 is still not gonna get increased. It's fine. 77. Get a. Oh, come on! That's better than you had any right to get. Alright, Duncan. Fires, does 2 AP damage. So we're just start using Duncan to remove the ads. Yeah, that missed. Somehow I expected something different. How about you go over here? She comes. Rude. Fuck. Uh-oh.
Oh, wonderful. I'm surrounded. 1, 2, 3. I'm too far away from it as well. Okay, cool. I should have just, like, lined up fucking thing here. Damn it. Alright. Duck over here. Use totem. Cool. Isabel. My character is going to go down like a sack of shit. This is fine. Look over here, please. Racta. Cool. Let us... Do. 1 AP, but reduces HP damage by 4. Yeah, that's about what I expected. Okay. Rude. Yep, fair enough. Yeah, that's fucking rude. Hey, Duncan. Have some health. Also, we're gonna go run here now. Isabel. Wait, cancel. Do it. Yes. What do we got? Box target. Can you hit her from here? I mean, technically. Nice! Right, you have bleeding on your pistol. Forgot about that. Pick him up. Five attacks in one action that do half normal damage. Minus 10% chance to hit target, loses all cover bonuses for the rest of the turn. Uses 10 bullets. 2 attacks in one action. An increased chance of critical, uses 5 bullets.
Yeah, you got this. Thought so. Her fang's calm and haughty demeanor dissolves as her eyes grow wild. Wait, wait, I surrender, don't kill me. What's wrong? Not feeling so powerful now? Oh, shut your mouth and stand up. Spare a vampire? I don't think so. What's wrong? Not feeling so powerful now. Clasps her hands, pleading. The whole mistress of the night thing is just an act. I'm just an accountant that got infected. I don't really know how to fight. I was faking it. I just wanted to scare you into backing down. An accountant? I am so confused right now. An accountant, though? She nods. I was on a business trip in Shanwei last year. I went to a rave, got drunk, and passed out. When I woke up, I was in an alley, and someone had done this to me. And so, you what? Decided to embrace the whole vampire thing? I don't need to hear your life story. Just tell me what you hope to get out of all this. Yeah. And so you, what, decided to embrace the whole vampire thing? What choice did I have? I couldn't go back to work, and it was a dead-end job anyway. No upward mobility, no room for growth. I did what anyone would have done. I tried to make the best of it to capitalize on my new abilities. I'm a vampire now. I can't control that, but I can control how I choose to monetize it. So what was your end game? How did you see this working out? Beats me. It's not like I have a rulebook for this or anything. I'm just making it up as I go along. Who knows? Maybe I could eventually become the vampire queen of Repulse Bay. I hate to break it to you, but this isn't likely to happen. Well, I suppose I can't fault your ambition. Wait, so this whole thing has just been you, what, improvising? What is this nonsense? Pretty much, yeah, I don't know what the hell I'm doing. I'm just doing my best. She looks away in shame, her voice goes flat. Look, if I'm ever found out, I'll be killed for bounty money. It was either this or get gunned down by a vampire hunter. Shouldn't your family or co-workers be looking for you? Not if I can help it. You think that I want them to see me like this? As far as my friends and family are concerned, I'm missing, have been for months. They'll probably think I'm dead. Her chest hitches, she looks miserable. I think that's for the best. I mean, how can I explain what I'd become? How can you imagine how ashamed my family would be to find that I'd become this monster? No, it's better that sorry. It's better that they think I'm dead. So can we call a truce or something? I scratch your back, you let me live. She clasps her hands, pleading, what do you say? Hmm. think we can work something out conditionally. We already had a deal. You lost the duel. I got to kill you. It's time to pay up. Oh my god. This mission is a mess. I don't feel comfortable letting her live. But at the same time, I already let the ghoul live. I'm a terrible person that flip-flops on their decisions. I'm sorry. She nods eagerly. Yes, yes, anything. Just tell me what you need. First off, I want some answers. I'll tell you whatever you want to know. You ask questions and I'll answer. No lying, I promise. How are you and Neville Marr connected? I happen to be in the same hospital that he was, trolling for a meal. I don't like to drink blood from unwilling people, so I go to hospitals at night looking for people who won't mind if I take a sip. People in comas, patients with terminal illnesses, that kind of thing. It makes me feel better about what I have to do. So I wandered into this room. I recognized Neville Marr. I'd never seen him. I'd seen him on the news, seen photos of the accident. He was in really bad shape, a lot of broken bones and internal injuries, but somehow he was still conscious. So you offered to help? And then? Well, I knew that if I gave uninfected people my blood, they'd be able to heal like I did, just not as fast. I'd figured that out early and by mistake, but it can come in handy from time to time. So, when I saw that Neville was conscious, I decided to make my grand appearance. I materialized in the room and told him that I can make him a trade. I'd fix him up, good as new, but he'd owe me some favors for it. I wasn't specific as to how many favors or what kind. He agreed. Actually, he leapt at the chance to become my pawn. I guess that when you're all broken up like that, you do just about anything to get better. The deal was done, and we got along. I think he's charming. He thinks I'm funny, and he doesn't care that I'm a vampire. He told me that he gives me nice things because he likes me and not because he owes me his life. It's all very sweet. What's it like being a vampire? About the same as being a person. A human metahuman vampiric. The human metahuman vampiric virus is like any other disease, except instead of coughing, I can go out during the day. It's not all bad though. I can turn into mist and I'm a lot stronger than I used to be. I still have to wash my hair and pay for parking. You know what I miss the most? Steamed buns. I can't eat or drink anything except blood. I loved street food before I got infected. Sometimes I'll walk by food carts just to smell the things they're frying up. But if I buy something, 10 minutes later, it's all coming back up in a mess. Is there a cure? I wish, but no, the only cure is being tossed in a bonfire or having your head cut off, and almost every nation in the world will pay a bounty for a dead vampire. It's not like I had much of a choice, you know, be a vampire or get killed for some quick cash. It's a pretty raw deal for me either way. Decided what's going to happen. Okay, she exhales heavily. What's it going to be? Oh. You're going to get Neville to fire Penelope Wong. Go into hiding. Don't contact Neville again, or I'll come back for you. You're going to live up to your potential. I'm going to help you. I don't care about your problems. I'm going to kill you. Three is funny. Honestly, like, the guy that hired me wanted the top one, and I'm tempted to go with that. But 3 is hilarious as an option that you can pick. I don't have Gaichu with me, unfortunately. I didn't think it would be a good idea to bring a ghoul to a party. I wish I had now, because it would have been great. I really want to get the extra payday for getting Penelope fired, though. Oh, you absolutely should bring Gaichu to the party, especially if your charisma is high. My charisma is high. I think it's like 8? Damn it. I didn't think this through, obviously. Also, hi, Quinn. One or 3, I don't know. It's a hard choice. This one. Wait, all this for a stupid... All this is about that stupid soap opera? That's about the size of it, yeah. I take the jobs that pay, lady. That's about the size of it, yeah. I can't believe it. All of the idiotic reasons to blow my cover. Fine, I'll make Neville get rid of her. You sure you can convince him? Neville can't say no to me. I mean that quite literally. He'll do it, no question. And what about Neville and I? I don't care who Neville Ma associates with. Leave him alone, go back into hiding. Leave him alone, go back into hiding. I can accept that, and thank you. It's more kindness than I expected. This is gonna come back to bite me in the ass at some point. Yeah. Alrighty. Return to Dr. Shenyang. Wait. What do I need to do? Mezzanine? You're about to leave this location and return to Hayoi. Continue, confirm, let's go. The clink of glasses and sound of Neville Ma's party fades into the distance as you leave the Repulse Bay. As the MTR carries you toward Hayoi, the mountains of Hong Kong Island roll by as looming masses obscured by rain and storm clouds. Penelope Wong has been fired from Promises in Moonlight, and Ma will be at a serious disadvantage without her. The whims of Trid viewers shift as readily as the tide, and without the starlet's presence, Promises in Moonlight will undoubtedly lose ratings without Ku Fang at his side. Neville Mars business should be easy pickings for Dr. Shen Yang's underhanded schemes. Kill. This mission was silly. I love it, but it was silly. I do appreciate that I managed to get the door code without even trying, though. Alrighty. Comlink chirps, it's kindly Chang. Hello, Auntie. Hello, my darling. There's a thrill in her voice that you haven't heard before. Come see me at once. I have something I want to show you. Your crew is already there. Already here. You sound excited, Auntie. She lets out a cool little chuckle. Oh, yes, my sweet. Yes, I am. I'll see you shortly. Okay. Whee. Door. Go. Absolutely must play it again with Gaichu and high charisma and tell Ku Fang he will help her. I don't have a save before the mission. Crap. I do have a save before the mission, but I did a bunch of like talking to NPC stuff, so I don't have one that's right before the mission like I would normally freaking do, of course. Oh, that's so annoying. Alright. We'll do you first. Yang is busily puffing away on a foul-smelling cigar. His comlink in one hand. His eyes flash with anticipatory glee as he sees you. Oh, okay, never mind then. On another playthrough. Yeah, sorry. Dr. Shanyan greets you in the name of all producers. How did the shindig go? I've got the information you wanted. You explain the night's events from start to finish. As you speak, Shenyan's face grows ever more incredulous until finally his mouth is left hanging halfway open. He slowly places the cigar in a nearby ashtray and shakes his head in disbelief. You didn't kill the vampire. I would have shot her right in the face, but it was big of you to let her go. Seems like she was a victim of circumstance and whatnot. All's well that ends well, and I got Wong. So you can be sure it's ending well for me. Alright, kid, I'll send payment to your Matrix job. You earned it. Damn right I did. Dr. Shen is about to speak, but his comlink begins to buzz. Irritated, he answers it and switches it to speaker mode. Yeah, who is it? What you want? Hello, Yang. I just wanted to let you know that I've released Penelope Wong from her contract. If you're still interested in her, she's all yours. Also, I hope your business is doing alright. I'd heard you'd had some problems with cash flow. If you need a loan, I'd be happy to help. Dr. Shenyan's eyes... Dr. Shenyan eyes the image of Neville Ma in deep suspicion. You don't sound too mad, Nev. What's the catch here anyway? You must have the next big thing lined up already. Oh, Doctor, there's no need for it. Do you want to know why I keep winning our little contests and you're always playing catch-ups? It's because you think people like Miss Wong actually matter. They don't. Stars are crafted, molded out of talent, yes, but ultimately constructed with enough time and effort. Anyone can be made into a star. It's just a question of manipulating public perception. Maybe so, but I got her now, and your show's dead in the water without the star. What do you think of that, eh? I think that I'm going to do what any good soap opera producer would do. Write her character out with a tragic death and bring it on someone new. You labor under the misapprehension that viewers have loyalty. They don't. They only have appetite. As long as you chase stars like Wong, you will lose. Don't be afraid to think bigger, Doctor. Reach for the drama, not the dramaticists. With that, Nevermar hangs up on Dr. Shenyang. For the next 30 seconds, Dr. Shenyang releases a stream of violent, imaginative invectives at his phone. Even Strangler Bao looks taken aback at the ferocity of Shenyang's anger and the inventiveness of the sexual positions that he describes. Finally, he takes a deep breath and composes himself. That dirty little weasel insulting my creativity like that, the nerve. Go on, kid. We're done here. Thanks for all your help, but I gotta get going. I gotta talk to a guy about buying a bunch of snakes. Okay. Neat. Hi. As you walk through the mahjong parlor, you see your crew waiting for you. Clearly uncomfortable to be so close to the triad boss. Then you see why. Kindly Cheng's cheeks are flushed and glowing. She's already hit the bottle pretty hard. Ah, Red, you're here. Excellent. Yes, Red, it is good to see you. They both have expressions that say they'd rather be anywhere else. Nice. Nice to see you all. Should we grab a table for some mahjong? Let's get to it, shall we? You said you had a lead, Auntie. Don't keep us in suspense, Auntie. What did you find out about the plastic-faced man? Let's get to it, shall we? You said you had a lead, Auntie. I did, and I do. Yay! We love leads. Kindly Chang takes out her PDA and gently places it on the table in front of her. The wiretap we placed on the police force has borne fruit. Ooh! Her mouth breaks into a wolfish grin. Her eyes take on a feral gleam. She appears fueled by alcohol and vengeance, a hungry beast on the hunt. My people have delivered a snippet of a recorded video call between the plastic-faced man and Chief Inspector Crate of the Special Duties Unit. Whoa. That's, better than I expected. This should be good. Should we take a seat? Unfortunately, it is only a snippet. There were some technical difficulties with the tap. She glances at Bao, who nods back at her. The person responsible has been sacked. In which sense of the word? It doesn't matter, never mind. Chang reaches out a lacquered fingernail, hunts for the button she's looking for, stabs it in victory. There's a loud crackle of noise at the beginning of the recording, followed by a squelching squeal that makes Gobbet cover her ears in pain. When the video recording begins, the man's voice sounds far away, as if he's talking through a thick pane of glass. The woman's is louder, closer. Say that again. There's something wrong with this line. I said my client isn't interested in hearing more excuses, Inspector. What the fuck? That is not the face that I expected to see. That's what I thought you said. I'm not making excuses, mister. I have a department to run. Not for much longer. If those two Westerners aren't found, they're linked to this Raymond Black somehow, and my client wants them out of circulation immediately. The two runners are his accomplices, too. The little orc and the dwarf with the cyberdeck. Gobbet looks at Isabel wide-eyed and swallows hard. Isabel winks back reassuringly. I'm aware, Inspector. Thank you. We don't know how much any of them know, and my client is adamant that the risk be mitigated immediately. I've already made this the SDU's highest priority. If Josephine wants more resources on it, I'm going to need allocations from elsewhere in the department. Okay, who's Josephine? That's the problem. That is a problem that can be easily dealt with. My client wants this over now. No more excuses, no more fuck-ups, no more cops floating in the river. There was cops floating in the river? All right, yeah. Kylie Chang smiles at that and pours herself a shot. Tell her we're redoubling our efforts. Very good. Dead or alive, you bring them to me. My client requires my personal verification that the threat has been eliminated. Oh boy, I have a terrible feeling I know who this is. Hang on, this line is getting worse. There's a sharp crackle and the recording ends. Kylie Chang picks up her PDA and puts it away with a smile. She unscrews the cap on her bottle and pours herself a shot with a flourish. That's the guy we saw in the surveillance footage, the one who killed Raymond Black. She leans into the PDA. That plastic face looks a lot cooler close up. I think it's kind of pretty. That video doesn't tell us much. I mean, we already know that there's an APB on us. All we're sure of now is that the man with the plastic face is definitely working for someone else, this Josephine. Is that all we have, Auntie? A first name? It's not just a first name, Gobbet dear, it's the first name. Josephine Sang? She's the one pulling the strings, kindly downs her shot and slams the glass upside down on her table. That disease-riddled dog fucker, I should have known it was her from the beginning. She drums her fingers on the table in front of her. And she had the nerve to call down the heat on my runners on Nightjar. Oh, that scabrous fossil is going to pay. So, friend of yours? I don't recognize the name. This woman has enough power to order the HKPF to hunt us down. I don't recognize the name. Chang makes a wet hacking noise in the back of her throat and spits on the floor. She's the CEO of Sang Mechanical Services and a member of the Hong Kong Executive Council. Her face turns to a mask of disgust. Josephine dog fucking Sang. Okay. CEO, huh? What do you know about her? She was Hong Kong's philanthropist of the year 2054 to 2055. Children's hospitals, homeless shelters, food distribution centers. Oh boy. Good causes and the kind that get good PR because people are too lazy and myopic to look for the real people doing the hard work, the face-to-face with the poor work. Don't be so cynical, Isabel. Auntie Chang smiles at her sweetly. Coming face-to-face with the unsanitized for video poor is distasteful, dear. You know that. Her face gets stony. Beyond being a CEO and a philanthropist, I also know that Josephine Sang is a lying, conniving bitch. Philanthropist and bitch, those two things sound mutually exclusive. Sounds like you two have history. Whatever gave you that impression, my sweet? Her wolfish smile returns. Yes, my darling, I don't like Josephine Sang, and I'm going to fuck her up. I'm going to fuck her up bad. Care to elaborate on that, Auntie? Oh, this should be good. I don't know, Auntie. This woman sounds like someone we shouldn't mess with. Care to elaborate on that, Auntie? No. She picks up her bottle of swill. Its turpentine fumes drift your way. Not now, not today, but you'll be there, my darling. I'll make it a party. Okay, what is Sang Mechanical Services? Josephine's baby. It was a B-rated corporation before she married into the Sang family, but after she fought for and won the contract to rebuild Kowloon walled city. Their fortunes rose high. They began to rise to power that eventually landed Josephine on the executive council. Oh boy. Wait, so there's a connection between Josephine Sang and the walled city? Yes, the same place that Raymond Black hired my runners to take him. I've already connected the dots. I don't know what it means, but it clearly means something. Sorry. What do you think the connection is between Josephine and this plastic-faced man? I don't know yet, but I will. He called her his client. That may be some sort of lead we can follow. Chang nods at Wu. Her glance lingers at his biceps a moment before continuing. Right now, all we know is that he is her instrument, the one who killed Raymond Black. Raymond's not dead. Yes, you may have mentioned that before, Gunshow. She smiles at him reprovingly. Regardless, the plastic-faced man is our best lead for figuring out what's going on. Remind me who this executive council is again? May I, Auntie? Isabel breaks in, giving kindly Chang a chance to calm down a bit. Hong Kong is run by a consortium of powerful corporations called the Board of Governors, who set up the Executive Council, an 8-member committee of exemplary Hong Kong citizens to represent the people and run the city on their behalf. But of course, you don't vote for them. That would be too unpredictable. Instead, every 2 years, 2 executive council slots come up for election, and the corporations on the board of governors put up some possible candidates and vote amongst themselves in a closed-door session. Closed door? I'm shocked. Of course, every single one of these candidates is on some corporation's payroll, however, somehow. Wham, bam, instant government. Alright, let's go to the chase. What's our next step? There's nothing we can do to touch Josephine Sang, as much as I hate to admit it, but the plastic-faced man is a different story. He's a third-party operative who's been careless, and he'll live to regret it. Her little black eyes turn stony. For a while. If Sang thinks she can take out 2 of my runners and get away with it, I'm gonna have to explain things to her. She pulls out a thin black cigar and runs it beneath her nose. We're going to find the plastic-faced man, and we are going to hurt him. We'll hurt him until we know everything he does. And then we will use that to strike back at Josephine Sang. She lights her cigar and takes a deep, deep pull. You will have your vengeance, and I will have my own satisfaction. She turns away and picks up the bottle. Now get out, I have work to do. Cool. Wait a minute, you were at the fucking hotel. There's also 2 of this guy. There's one here and one here. Beautiful. Anyway. Okay. I should probably go see if I got paid. Well, not if I got paid, how much I got paid. Safe boat. Mission computer. Yeah. Your workstation and mission computer. Same thing as usual. 1 unread message. Auntie Chang and Josephine. Gobbet. 2 read. Auntie Chang and Josephine. Hey, Seattle. I think I can add a little context to that thing between Auntie and Josephine Sang. You know, the thing that makes Auntie hit the source and talk revenge. This is a combo of stuff I heard and stuff I put together myself, so your mileage may vary. For years, the Yellow Lotus acted as tax collectors within the walled city. Since the walled city was built by Josephine Sang and the Yellow Lotus was run by Auntie Chang, they must have had a working business relationship for a while at least. From what Nightjar told me, he was her favorite. You got that right. Auntie was known as a real up-and-comer back then. She was the first on the fast track to be the next Yellow Lotus 438. That's a big deal. Gig, Seattle, money, power, and power galore. Now you need to know that there were a lot of triads and corps doing biz in the walled city. All sorts of stuff. Sometimes they work together nicely and sometimes people get bloody. The way that I heard it, Auntie came up with some sort of grand plan to consolidate business in the walled city. The power would be split between the Yellow Lotus and the Sang's company, and everyone else would get cut out. If her plan worked, Auntie would rise in the Lotus like nobody's business, and Josephine Sang would make long bank. There was a catch, though. In order for the plan to work, both women would need to jump through a lot of hoops. There'd be street-level maneuvering and power plays on Auntie's side, and blackmail and negotiations on the corporate level from Josephine Sang. My info gets sketchy here. From what I've pieced together, Sang went behind Auntie's back and took her plan to her boss, the 438 named Wang Lun Fat. They cut kindly out of her own plan. Why'd Sang do that? My guess is that she saw Auntie as some sort of threat. People in the know say that Wang Lun Fat is weak and greedy. She can be manipulated if her palm remains well greased. Long story short, power was consolidated in the walled city just like Auntie planned, only she didn't wind up getting any of it. Her climb up the Lotus ladder came to an abrupt halt. She's still a straw sandal, just like she was before Sang backstabbed her, and now she's stuck in Hayoi like a fly in amber. I'd be pissed too if it were me, Gobbet. Thanks, Gobbet. Jobs directory, claim. Up. Good work out there, kid. Here's the money I promised you. Cool. Payment for sold data. That one. Back. Post. That one. Keywords. Ugh. Looking for Decker. Looking for experienced Decker for discreet milk run on low-level corporate lab. Potential for a longer-term arrangement. We're a team that's been together for years, running your basic heists and the occasional transport gig. We've got a reliable fixer and a long list of happy clients. Requirements. You must not take experimental stims during runs. You must have a good sense of humor. Give me some new... I think we've read this one. Weren't you just looking for a Decker a little while back? I saw your ad, but I was wrapping up a one-time run with an old partner who's moved away. I'd be interested in meeting. Isn't Muffin Top Ninja your Fizz ad? Runs with scissors. Did someone call my name? Muffin Top Ninja. Hey, MTN, long time no beer. Gotta catch up, sensei. Bring me on as your Decker. I guess the kid who answered your last ad didn't work out. Oh, this is another ad for the same group. Got it. Runs with scissors. That's another statement. I think we can count on you to not consume any drugs during runs. Most specifically drugs that were part of the payload. Fatal experimental drugs that were part of the payload. Muffin Top Ninja. Ouch, runs with scissors. That's not even a rookie error, it's just lack of common sense. A real shame that. Anyway, I'm glad you're on board, Runs. We're not going to have a problem with you, Muffin Top Ninja. Oh. Poor kid. Thread. Want to trade eyes will take anything. I acquired a huge supply of cutting-edge cybernetic eyes. My fence did a runner, so I've got eyes up to my eyeballs, as it were. Make me an offer, Shankmeister 007. They've got the whole 9 yards, 2010 vision, camera, low light, and thermographic modes. One size fits all, sold in pairs, only boxed set, Shankmeister 007. Colors, brown, blue, violet, hazel green, green flecked with gold, chrome. And you've got to install them yourself, Shankmeister 007. Trade you a Ranger Arms SM3, comes with a matching briefcase, squinty face. Deal, message me, Shankmeister. Can I swap you my old Cyber Eyes for a new set? Lex Talent. I don't know how to say that, Lex. Why not? Seriously, anything but that, Shankmeister. Can I buy one blue and one brown eye? Hunky dory. No, you can buy 2 pairs. Sheesh. Sorry, no, but you can buy 2 pairs. Sheesh, Shankmeister. Okay. Uncle something House of Pork? If anyone has the hankering to go to Uncle something's House of Pork in Tai O, I can only say one thing: for the love of all that's holy, don't. I haven't been able to leave my house in 2 days. The only reason I can even post here is because of the RAS override on my deck. Beely. What did you eat? Maybe you were just unlucky, sir. Yum yum cha. All I had was some shumai and ribs. That's pretty basic and hard to mess up. Unlucky is when I get a bad orange in the market. This isn't unlucky. This is something else. This is some kind of vile gastrointestinal sorcery, Beely. Oh my god, I only ate that once. I still have nightmares. It felt like I'd eaten a wasp nest if the wasps were made of rusty razors and also on fire. Malfu. I thought I was being clever by getting the pulled pork sandwich. Then I ate that. Nope. Aside from basically being a pile of congealed sludge and the bread being moldy, it was a week before I could hold down anything more solid than congee. Lee Tipex. What are you all, a bunch of children? Yeah, the kitchen is dirty. I've eaten there dozens of times, and not once have I gotten sick. Grow up and learn to eat adult food. Rat star. Gobbit. Wait a second, aren't you the person who was raving about that food cart on the corner of Kimberly and Observatory? You told me to get the yuzu glazed horse tripe, Malfu. Yeah, how'd you like it? Pretty good, huh? Ratstar. If by good you mean the consistency of tar and old tires, yes, the tripe must have been a week or more old, and I'm pretty sure I smelled rot once the initial citrus blast wore off. Take note, this user's advice on food is not to be trusted, Malfu. Of course, our dear Ratstar is able to eat that. Yeah, 100%. Oh god, reading that actually got me to push past the RAS override. Now my deck is covered in vomit. Thanks, guys. I mean it. Nothing I love more than being sick and disgusting. Beely. Walled City embezzlement history. Ooh. I'm uploading another Walled City report. This one is old, from just after they built it. I ended up digging into the history of the place. It's just archival plain text. Isabel. Consolidated Press, Hong Kong desk. Sang, Mechanical Services, Sang was again accused in a joint lawsuit headed by Woosing Inc. of embezzling hundreds of millions of nuan during the construction of the walled city low-income housing project. The plaintiffs filed an official complaint on Monday stating that construction contractors had been heavily pressured by Sang to use cheap construction techniques while kickbacks, graft, and misrouting of funds caused several hundred million nuan to vanish. Sang's legal team strenuously objected to the accusations, citing lack of proof and the corporation's own damaged fortunes. Legal team spokesman Lee Quishan had this to say: "The walled city contract was a disaster for my client. The project was sabotaged at every turn by union activists and competing corporations. TMS struggled heroically to complete the project despite this interference. These parties have now added insult to injury by fabricating charges of malfeasance based on the very obstacles which they themselves created. This has truly become a theatre of the absurd." Lovely. Is it true, according to the Consolidated Press financial analyst Gertrude Schoen, it seems unlikely. Sang has struggled financially since the Walled City project. Sang's stock, ticket symbol TMQ, Hong Kong and Tokyo exchanges, is trading at around 40% of its peak, which it reached just after receiving the Walled City contract 4 years ago. Although investigators have indicated there is evidence of possible misconduct, no misappropriated funds have been found, and CEO Josephine Sang recently sold her Victoria Peak estate, citing financial difficulties. If TMS or the Sang family have benefited from stolen Walled City funds, they are not showing. They're not showing it. Miss Sang could not be reached for comment. I always thought that Sang rocketed to success on the back of the Walled City. They sure trumpeted that in their PR. Dongzhang. Yup, it's a brilliant piece of historical revisionism. The Walled City was a huge loss of face at the time, but somehow they've rebranded the whole fiasco over the last couple decades. Maybe their underbidding made them seem like a real sucker and brought in the contracts. Amanita. Isabel, I find the fact that you posted a financial article to be charming. White Prism, did you just hit on ISO? Amanita's gonna skin you, Freedom Cowboy. No, that's just WP. He's incapable of flirting. Would you date a woman named Amanita and then try to charm someone else on BBS? WP is just an aggro mentat with a poor social filter, Amanita. Oh boy. You two must have an interesting relationship, Freedom Cowboy. Let's just say we radically complement each other, Amanita. Lovely. Alright, what's the time? 6:30. Ugh. Do I have enough time to attempt another run? Maybe. If I don't talk to any of the NPCs. I do have 8 charisma. God fucking damn it. Alright. That one. Cool. Save. Alrighty. Optional. Take a nap. A stabbing pain in your stomach jolts you awake. Your entire abdomen is cramping up. You roll in your cot, willing the shooting pains that radiate from your stomach to go away. Your mouth is bone dry and your tongue is swollen. It feels thick and inarticulate, like a useless slab of meat. A quick glance at your PDA tells you it's 4 a.m. outside your cabin. The rest of Haoi sleeps. All that you remember of the dream that you awoke from is a horrible, unfulfilled yearning and a need to get where you were going first. Others were behind you. You could feel the heat of their breath on your neck. If you were to beat them to your destination, you could slam the door in their faces, keep them out and away from what was yours. But if they overtook you, you would feel that terrible longing forever. As you gasp at your last fleeting memories of the dream, a wave of exhaustion washes over you and it feels like you've been drugged. You collapse back into your cot and into a black, dreamless sleep. When you open your eyes again, the sun filters in under your door. It's morning. That's one hell of a fucking thing to experience in the night, I guess. Alrighty. The real question is, though, we have one companion mission. Another companion mission, because Rakta wants to go on that one. Kidnapping. Fucking with feng shui. If I don't do any dialogue with the NPCs, I'm not gonna feel good about this. Isabel's companion mission can be quite short. Yeah. Do need to go talk to Crafty. Hi, let me in. God damn. Nothing new to report. Cool. Do I think I can do anything else here? I have a new spell I can equip. Never mind. Dude. You're in a slightly different position. Three men are once again fixated on their game board. Jin rubs his hands together nervously, his face twisted in concentration. It appears that Shiu now has the upper hand. The silence of the game is deafening. Amateur players would be filling the air with clicks and clacks of the stones against the wooden playing board, relentlessly trying to outdo one another. These men are different. Shiu picks up a small black stone. His hand reaches over the board, then pauses. Jin stares at the outstretched hand, suddenly still. Shiu begins to lower the stone. Down, down. Jin is practically on his toes, and then Shiu pulls his hand back. The mission where you mess with the feng shui is best done with Gobbet. Her unique skills with spirits are useful there. Good to know. Perhaps not there. He strokes his short beard thoughtfully. Jin tosses his arm into the air, nearly knocking over the playing board. Damn it, Shiu. When you start a move, you commit to it. I swear, if you're doing this on purpose. Friends! Lau interrupts the players. We have a visitor. The two players look up. Jin sighs and holds his face in one hand, mutters something beneath his breath. Shiu's eyes fix on you. He stares unspeaking. His generous smiles and playfulness from before are absent. Sorry to interrupt. I was wondering if you're all still having the dreams. This again? Don't you have anything better to do? Yes, we are all still having the dreams. Lau's voice is calm but troubled. However, they've gotten a hell of a lot worse. Jin shifts uncomfortably. Look, let's not go into detail. Anything would be great. He mulls us over. Alright, but afterwards you have to let us finish our game. Sure. He nods approvingly, then glances at Lao and Shiyu before continuing. Our dreams have become unpleasant, to say so to say, darker, violent. He runs his hand along his tightly cropped beard. Not all that healthy if you ask me, especially for men our age. We come out of them in a day, sometimes feels like we've been punched in the senses. And the imagery, you can see him shiver as he thinks about it. Well, I said no details, so no details. That sums it up. Shiyu must allow. I have nothing more to add. Shiyu's eyes bore into you. No, nothing. Is everything alright, Shiyu? You've been staring at me for a while. You seem upset. Is something wrong? What? Do I have something on my face? Is everything alright, Shiyu? You've been staring at me for a while. Shiyu continues to stare at you, his face pale. He opens his mouth, closes it. He seems to be struggling to find words. What's wrong with you, Shiyu? You better not be having a stroke. We're in the middle of a game. If Shiyu heard Jin, he doesn't show it. He looks at you and his eyes wider. You need to go faster. His voice is urgent, pleading. The shadows that follow you are getting closer. Excuse us, Red. Our friend is tired. Lao clasps a hand on Shiyu's shoulder, who doesn't seem to notice. These dreams have taken a toll on all of us. Please come back some other time. Understood. Take care. Sorry, I didn't mean to upset anyone. Enjoy your game. You be polite to the people that are playing the game. You got anything new, Matthew? Reliable Matthew stands quietly in his drawing lot, arms hanging limply at his sides. He stares silently at the ground. This isn't the soft-spoken style of many Hong Kongers. He looks sad. He looks up briefly as you approach. But quickly looks back at the ground. Hey, Red. He mumbles his words softly. What's going on? You don't seem yourself. Matthew mumbles something under his breath. After a moment, he looks up suddenly. Can you do me a favor, Red? I can't leave the lot right now. What's the favor? I was supposed to pick up medicine this morning, but I overslept. Can you get it from Ambrose for me? 10-armed Ambrose? Sure. Thanks. Got a quest. That was an interesting background noise. Ambrose, I require the medicine. Ambrose is staring at a flat panel monitor on the wall. A local news channel is zoomed in on an ultra-modern aircraft carrier moored in Victoria Harbour. You follow the IJN story. A Kensai fighter wing from Masamune did a honorary flyby of the executive council meeting today. They're rattling the saber hard. Everybody's being courteous as hell, but nobody's blinking. The IJN? The Masamune? What are you talking about? The Imperial Japanese Navy. They've parked the carrier Masamune's battle group in Hong Kong for a visit. They're trying to intimidate the city. Nobody's having it, not even the Japan. Japan corpse. Oh my god. It looks like it's being driven by some sort of weird internal Japanese pissing match. The Imperial militarists want to cow Hong Kong and bring it under the umbrella. However, almost every megacorp, including all the Japan corps, want Hong Kong to remain independent. Tensions are high. Is there any chance that Japan will take over the Hong Kong Free Enterprise Zone? No way, not in a million years. This kind of rooster show goes down all the time. Worst that'll happen is a bunch more posturing, like the IJN has an accidental fire incident with a coastal boat. Somebody test fires an airship missile. The Port Authority finds the Masamune's paperwork lacking and charges them exorbitant harbor fees. Noise like that. They're a bunch of squarehead idiots with muscle cars revving at each other. Just stay out of smuggler holes. The IGN likes to go on sprees of blowing them up to show how well protected HK would be under the yoke. Ambrose snorts in amusement. Those honorary flyover fighters have had ordnance loaded ridiculous. Say what you will though, the Kensai multi-role fighter is a sweet bird. Ambrose ogles a close-up of one of the shark-like jets on a wall screen. Twin Mitsubishi double or delta turbofan engines, ramjets, thrust vectoring, Generation 4 fight-by-wire. Hey, gorgeous. Do I have anything to worry about? Yeah, don't go into a bar full of drunk Japanese sailors with a free San Francisco t-shirt on it. Emperor Snickers. Oh no, that's bad. This whole IJN drama is gonna go on like it always does. The Japanese Navy will eventually realize no one is even paying attention. Then they're gonna steam off in a huff and maybe blow a few smugglers out of the water. Happens all the time. Bar politics. I can only talk about them so long. Let's move on. Okay. I'm here to pick up reliable Matthew's medicine. Amber's brows rise in surprise for a moment. Really? Well, okay. A Waldo arm opens a cabinet and crackles through packaging. In a moment, it swings over to you holding a plastic cylinder about the size of a roll of breath mints. Here you go. The arm gently sets the cylinder in your hand. What are these? So Red can't discuss patient treatment without permission, confidentiality and Hippocratic oath and all that stuff. Etiquette academic. That's not what the Hippocratic oath is about. Yeah, whatever. It's a crock of shit anyway, right? Point is, I can't talk about a patient's treatment. Fair enough. The cylinder is lettered with holographic Hansi, cool blue jazz, non-smoker version. It has a stylized illustration of a laid-back lounge lizard of a man wearing a zoot suit and smoking a cigarillo. Though through the semi-transparent plastic, you can see a stack of what looks like tiny pills or chips. Search your memory for what this might be. This looks like a tube of slow burn, better than life chips. These disposable chips create a synthetic experience. Unlike normal BTLs, which burn hot and fast, the sensory and emotional tracks on slow burn chips are adjusted to be only slightly above legal limits, and they last all day long. Oh boy. They give a gentle, subdued high. It's like you're someone else, but still living your life. Why are you giving reliable Matthew BTLs? Like I said, patient confidentiality. I can't talk about it. This is medicine. If you want to know more, ask Maddie. Okay, pocket cylinder. You mentioned essence. Tell me more about it. Sure, what do you know? Fuck. There is a lot here. I will get back to it later. Goodbye, Ambrose. Cheers, Red. Talk to you later. Outwards. Hey, that was a complete accidental click, but whatever. Go, go, go. This hub is so freaking big. Matthew is still looking at the ground. He glances up at you as briefly as you approach. Hi, Red. Did you get my medicine? Yes, I did. Really? That's great. Give it to me. Here you go. Matthew hastily takes the cylinder from you. His hands shake as he dispenses a single chip from it. He pulls back his hair and slots the chip into a hidden data jack. He stands stock still, eyes closed. His eyelids flutter, a ripple moves through his body, his eyes snap open. He flashes you a vacant grin. Hey, beautiful. Boy, am I glad to be back. The day was a little dreary there for a while, but now I'm back and I'm in fighting shape. He pulls a fresh cigarillo from his pocket and twists off the auto lighter tip with gusto. It ignites with a faint crackle. Time to push some tin. You just slotted a synthetic personality? No siree, beautiful. This puppy's authentic, genuine, authentically awesome. Ooh, wow. Smell that fresh air. Feel that victory. He cracks his knuckles loudly. Some lucky soul is gonna get a great deal on a drone today, Red. They're all thanks to you. Let's talk about your authentically awesome BTL personality. Matthew shuffles uncomfortably. Can't talk now, beautiful. Gotta make sales. I feel too good to slow down. Catch me later, why don't you? Okay, cool. Alright, yeah, I probably should have bought fucking med supplies while I was in the doctor's. That would have been smart. And by med supplies, I mean trauma kits, because I didn't use any heal kits on that last mission. Hi. Services. Med supplies. I got 2k. I'm just gonna keep burning through these. It's fine. Bye, Ambrose. Alright. It's probably worth trying to do the Isabel companion mission. Poke. Do. That one. Wait, can I bring one more?
Hold the handrail and take care of children and the elderly.
Worth bringing the rigger.
I'm torn. Do we bring Gachu or Rakta for Isabel's mission? I feel like Rakta will actually get some other use, but like Gachu is just pure damage.
Hold the handrail and take care of children and the elderly.
Wait, I believe the specifics in the mission said something about leaving him tied up somewhere. Did we just bring Duncan? So I've got him for the like the non-lethal stuff. Stuff it. Let's bring Rakta. 8. Exit. Let's just save just in case. Now we go do that. Deckcon, Isabel, Rakta. Let's go. Deckcon 2056. A chartered bus carries you from Kaitak to a mid-range hotel in Suinwan. All around you, the happy chatter of your fellow passengers fills your ears. You hear tech speak in a variety of languages and dialects, talk about new lines of drones and decks, arguments over innovations in data jack technology, and baseless speculation about the next season of Urban Brawl. Your guest badge, a glossy slip of laminated paper emblazoned with a flashy logo, hangs on a lanyard around your neck. Your ticket to the convention hall into the convention hall, and the only disguise that you should need. The bus drops you in front of the Harbour Spires Hotel, and you promptly circle around back to find a service entrance. Isabel should be waiting for you inside. Alrighty. Go there. I want that one. Alright. That should be fine. I don't have a high enough level for that. Team. Items. For safety. Take some trauma kits. Yeah, that should be fine. Onwards to ops. Hopefully, no shit fuckery. Service entrance to the Harbour Spires Hotel looks like any other. Scuffed walls coated in chipped paint, a floor of well-worn hardwood, a time card reader hanging from the wall at a slight tilt. Nothing about the dingy utilitarian confines of the room that you're in hints at the elegance and fine decor of the hotel beyond. I have always been fascinated by seeing how things worked. Even as a child, I took apart everything that I could in the name of study, and here we are in the innards of a fancy hotel, examining the viscera of the place, if you will. Your earpiece crackles to life. Or earpiece. Why did I say pierce? Crackles to life. Isabel calling from the women's lavatory. Red, a burst of static fills your ears, obliterating Isabel's voice. A second later, she cuts back in. You in position. I'm here. Yeah, you're kind of breaking up though, is probably what I'm doing. Yeah, I'm standing just inside the service entrance. What a nice convention. Be a shame if bullets had to be fired in here. Oh no!
If by imposition means twiddling my thumbs in the kitchen, then sure. I'm here. Yeah, you're kind of breaking up though. Yeah, I know. More white noise. Connection here is crap. The comms keep cutting out. This doesn't bode well. Are you going to be able to get... Are you going to be giving us instructions over the comm? Yeah, hang on a sec. Static. Try to boost our signal strength. Sound cuts out entirely for a good 5 seconds. When Isabel's voice comes back, it's half again as loud as it was before. There, that's better. What a pain in the ass this is. There's way too much interference coming from the show floor. We aren't going to be able to rely on our comlinks for this. I'll find us a workaround. This doesn't inspire confidence. I hope you do it fast. This entire plan hinges on our being able to communicate. Like I said, I'll find a workaround. For now, let's concentrate on the task at hand. The catering staff should be in the kitchen holding trays of steamed clams and aperitifs out to the convention hall floor. I'm gonna need you to find a way to get me one of their uniforms, one that will fit someone my size. Find a dwarf-sized catering uniform. Check, I'm on it. Good. Oh, and Red, we aren't going loud yet. Got it. Whatever you do, don't start shooting. We can't afford to send Rhombus running before we can get him cornered. Right, no shooting until we have Rhombus. Got it. Right, the deck is not with us. This is going to be awkward. Panel controls simple building maintenance and safety features, while the panel admin level user interface has been locked away behind a biometric fingerprint reader. A skilled decker could easily bypass such a restriction. View archived work manifest logs. Huang millions. Damned sprinklers went off again. The entire kitchen was flooded, and Chef Bun quit. We're going to have to go with third-party caterers for the big event this weekend because we sure as hell can't steam a few thousand clams without any kitchen staff. Yeah, that's it. Cool. I can't do decking. It's fine. Send drone into vent. Hey buddy, can you crawl in, please? The wall vent looks large enough to accommodate a standard security drone. Send drone through the vent. Activate drone to send through vent. Control mode. Hey buddy. Can I go through the wall? Come on, me. Just gonna see what's through here. Yep. That's what we need. Are there people in here? Is the real question. Yeah, there's people in here. And that door is locked. Harbour Spire kitchens are a whirlwind of activity. Attractive 20-somethings in white catering uniforms dash in and out of the room. Their arms laden with heaping trays of steaming shellfish. One man stands still amidst the chaos, the eye of the storm. His white coat is at least half again whiter than those of his subordinates, and his collar's starched as stiff as a board. The floor manager notices you, and his eyes narrow. He stalks towards you, practically frothing at the mouth. You can't help but notice the embroidered corporate logo on his lapel. Pastry, magic, and more. Fine catering. The image is completed by a stylized rendering of what appears to be a frolicking kitten standing astride a pair of shooting stars. You, what are you doing in my kitchen? I had a feeling that these two, like, not having these two etiquettes would come back to bite me eventually. He glances at your chest, sees the visitor badge hanging from the lanyard that Isabel gave you dangling around your neck. Convention goers are not allowed beyond the show floor. I smelled clams. Are you steaming clams back here? Sorry, I must have got turned around. Do you know where the Shireways kiosk is? I really like your uniform. Could I buy one for my daughter? Sorry, I must have got turned around. Do you know where the Shireways kiosk is? No, I don't know where your damned kiosk is. Go ask the show floor. I would, but there's no option to leave. Which is really annoying. I smelled clams. Are you steaming clams back here? Growls in exasperation. Yes, idiot. Yes, we are. And if you want some, you're going to have to wait on the show floor with everyone else. I'm gonna have to reset. Because I fucked this up already. I really like your uniform. Could I buy one for my daughter? He stares at you. You want to buy one of our uniforms? Yeah, an extra small one if you've got it. I think that she'd love that kitten logo. His mouth tightens. It isn't a kitten. It's supposed to be a celestial tiger. Looks like a kitten to me. Thank you, Ractor. We love you. He hangs his head low, color creeping into his cheeks. Yeah, I know. I keep telling our graphic designer, but he never listens. You want a uniform? 500 Nguyen, pay up or get out. Come on, be reasonable. I'll pay you 5 Nguyen for the uniform and another 295 for your assistance. 300 Nguyen, huh? He mulls it over, chewing on his mustache as he thinks. Hell with it, you got a deal. Transfer the money to his cred stick. Done and done. Now, where's the uniform? Jerks his head toward the door in the corner of the room. It's a ready room over there. Kitchen manager clicks a button on his wrist and the door slides open. He smiles proudly. Remote system to help service with full hands. That's a pretty sweet piece of gear there. It is actually. The hotel doesn't just hand these things out, you know. Most other catering companies would never get their hands on one. Now grab your uniform and get out of my hair. Alright, we're busy here. Well, that went better than expected. Onwards. I should have just moved the drone through the vent entirely. I'm not good at this. Catering uniform. Lovely. Out we go. Okie dokie. I feel like opening this door would be a bad plan. Oh my god. English, why? Oh, hey Isabel. How you doing? You enter the women's restroom to find Isabel waiting impatiently for you. Her guest badge dangles from its lanyard at a canted angle, and the crumpled ropes of her hair look frazzled. At the sight of you, she steps forward. You're here. Good. I was getting tired of hanging out in the ladies' room. You have the uniform. Hand it to her. There you go. She eyes the embroidery of the logo, nodding. Good, good. This will work. Alright, I'm going to change into this thing and hightail it to the employees only door on the far side of the convention hall. They'll let me in even without a badge. They'll just figure that some rich guy wants a drink. Where's the VIP area? On the other side of the convention floor, I'll have to cross the show floor to do it, but that should be safe enough. Nobody pays attention to the catering staff at these things. So I'll make my way across, pass through the door, and take the elevator up to the admin wing on the 6th floor. All you need to do is take your position and wait for my instructions without raising an alarm. Pretty simple stuff. Should be foolproof, assuming that you don't screw anything up. Do you have any questions? Have you figured out what you're going to do about the spotty comlink connection? Yes, there's a demo kiosk near the VIP entrance. It's running some new Matrix Avatar editing suite or something like that. The software is called Perfect Persona. When I get to the admin area, I'm going to patch myself into the Perfect Persona console, and we're going to communicate through that. Okay. It isn't a perfect solution, but it beats having to deal with a dropped connection. Just be sure to grab the kiosk when you're in position. Don't let anyone else get to it. What am I supposed to do on the shop floor again? No. What should I be doing? What should I do between when you leave and when you get in position? Walk the show floor, mingle, try to look like you belong here. Just try not to say or do anything that'll stand out in a bad way. You're supposed to be a hot new decker in town. Try to act the part. What am I supposed to do on the shop floor again? Wait by the VIP door. When I identify Rhombus, you'll apprehend him and tell him that he's the lucky winner of a complimentary VIP pass upgrade. You'll escort him through the VIP doors and to a room that I'll have empty and waiting. Then we'll all get the software from him together, beat him up, and stash him in a closet. No more questions, let's hit it. Go, Isabel, go! She's just hanging out. Okay. Alright, so there's various people that we can talk to. Okay. Oh, I can actually talk to people now. As you approach the corner of the convention floor, you find a brightly lit entrance. There are signs on the walls pointing toward SimSense parlor decking area. As you draw close to the convention, staffer in a bland uniform steps towards you. Sorry to say it, but we're a bit crammed right now. If you hang tight, we should be able to squeeze you in soon. There may be a half-hour wait. Please, places like this never run at full capacity. You're keeping a few VIP slots in the back, right? I don't know which thing this is. Please, places like this are never at full capacity. You're keeping a few VIP slots in the back, right? A full up. I don't know how else to say it. You need to wait like everyone else. Stay cool, and we'll get you in as soon as possible. Show organizers are going to be livid when they hear that you made me wait. Alright, I'm going. Enjoy the show. I don't really care. Alright. Control deck. Ongoer. Software demo station. Product display. Let's go have a look. Rack of high capacity stick memory devices. Patent pending. Hello, Mr. Troll. How you doing? Potbelly Troll with 2 days worth of mangy stubble smiles and turns to face you. The chrome of his data jack shimmers wetly in the light, but his cyber deck is conspicuously absent. Hey, what's going on? His badge hangs low on his lanyard. You catch a glimpse of his decking handle headspace. Strange to see someone at a deck con without a cyber deck. He snickers. I could say the same about you. Where's your deck, woman? I left it in my hotel room. I don't have one. I'm here to cover the event for the Shadowlands BBS. Lost it. Psycho wide. Really? Hey, that's pretty whiz. Are you interviewing people? Because I can tell you all about the new hotness in decking technology. While we appreciate the offer. He taps his temple with a thick fingernail. I'm talking about what I've got up here, the cranial cyber deck. It's the perfect fusion of next level decking and bleeding edge hardware. Headwear. Whoops. He continues without waiting for a response. It's the apex of modern decking technology. Miniaturized, compact, easy to sneak into the most sensitive of locations. I don't need to lug a great big external deck around with me anymore. It's a night and day difference between this and my old Fairlight Excalibur friend. Night and day. Why did you get a deck installed in your head? Why wouldn't I? It's compact, it's versatile, it's fast and powerful. With this sweet baby, I can deck wherever I go, whenever I want, without having to lug something the size of an electronic keyboard around with me. It's the best of all worlds. I'm telling you, you've got to get one yourself. Isabel's voice crackles over your comlink. This guy is an idiot. Cranial cyberdecks are a terrible idea for more reasons than I can count. Deckers swap out their gear every couple of months. You want someone monkeying around in your brain that often? I'll make it easy for you. You don't. The troll continues, blissfully unaware of Isabel's interruption. So, have I sold you on the head deck of on a head deck of your own yet? Come on, you know that I have. Wouldn't you have people poking around in your head every time you need an upgrade? He blinks. Well, I guess, but that thing is going to be obsolete within 6 months, and then you're going to what? Get more brain surgery? He crosses his arms, sets his jaws. It's no different from installing an encephalon, and everyone does that. What do you know anyway? Nothing, not a thing. Now leave me alone. I have angered a person. Hired attendee. Bitch. Hired attendee. The man standing at the As Technology demo station looks strangely out of place at a Decker convention. He isn't carrying a cyber deck, and you can't see any sign of cyberware on his person, not even a data jack. He looks up from the kiosk, blinking. Is this a fucking blood mage? Do you want to use this? Am I in your way? He sounds preoccupied. He shifts his body, and his movements are unnaturally smooth and graceful. As he moves, you can see that the kiosk screen is flickering. Apparently the demo software has glitched out. Use astral perception to read the man's aura. Third eye slides open. The world around you goes grey. The flashing screens and blinking lights of the deck-con show floor fade to nothing. The aura of the man in front of you crackles like a bonfire. He's magically active, very much so. His entire body scintillates with barely contained magic. As your third eye flutters shut, the color and vibrance returns to the world. The man in front of you clears his throat. So, if you're not here for the kiosk, was there something else you needed? Examine his visitor badge. Badge hanging on his lanyard is a cheap day pass, only good until the show floor closes tonight. The name field says Gameage in block letters. You want a decker, you're an adept. His demeanor changes, goes from tired to suspicious. Why do you say that? Are you kidding? With your cat-like reflexes, what else could you be? He sighs. Look, I'm here to relax and get off the streets. They got free clams and free wine. And everybody but you seems happy to keep to themselves, so just leave me in peace, okay? Look, I think that you're here on a job. I am too. Just want to make sure that we don't step on each other's toes. His eyes flit to the far door again. Slowly, they shift back to you. My target's name is Ezekiel. Extraction job should be quick and quiet. You. Rhombus intimidation gig. Doesn't sound like we have any overlap. He nods thoughtfully. No, it doesn't sound that way. Good looking out. Now, if you don't mind, I really need to keep my eyes on that door. When he comes waltzing through, I need to be there with a plate of clams and a chloroformed rag. Yeah, man, do your thing. Best of luck. Yeah, you too. Well, that was interesting. Terminal is running a demo of As Technology's new format as agnostic something. Cool. Perfect persona. Basically, do I have to talk to all the people? Age, Deca, product display. Software demo. Oh, you're next. Judging by the patches sewn onto this bomber jacket, onto his bomber jacket, this elf is from the NAN Council Land. To be fair, if I knew a place that was serving free clams, I would be there too. No, really, I would probably join them on that as well. Council Land, to be specific, a forested chunk of rock in the middle of Lake Washington that was called Mercer Island until the Native American nations reclaimed it. He doesn't look Amerindian though. If anything, he looks Chinese in descent, though his mask makes it hard to tell for sure. He turns to face... excuse me. He turns to face you at your approach. His features are mostly hidden, but you see that he's sporting a high steel collar and spiky hair. His cheeks are high, boned, and hollow. He eyes you nervously. Hey, you want something from me? What's up? Just wanted to get to know my fellow con-goers. You from Council Island? Yeah, what gave me away? He makes a point of showing off his jacket. The tribal insignias look strangely out of place on the deck on floor. You from Seattle? Yeah, thereabouts. Originally, I've lived all over though. No Drek, well, good to meet you, chumma. Seattle shadow slang sounds incredibly awkward when delivered in Cantonese, but he doesn't seem to notice. Council Island is NAN territory, and you don't look Amerindian? What's your deal? Not Amerindian. I do live on Council Island though. My dad is a diplomat from Tiernanog. We live on the island. Actually, they treat us like kings there. Really? But you look Chinese. Tiernanog is in Ireland, isn't it? That does sound pretty good, gotta admit. I'm jealous. Really? Yeah, the Salish Shi Council enjoy good relations with my country and Tangaya. Magical pride and all that. We share a connection with the land, all that bullshit. So me and my family get away with pretty much anything. He gives you a conspiratorial wink. It's a pretty great life. Is there anything specific that you're here to see? Yeah, I'm here to check out the 57 Fuji Cyberdex. My 55 Cyber 7 is barely cutting it these days. I want to see what they're coming out with next year, and I've heard that they have a demo station. Fair enough. So, tell me, what's your favorite new ASP for incursion operations? I like Blast Hammer personally. Heard of it? It's open source, developed by the Southeast Asian decking community. Does a number on Blocker IC. Blast Hammer, never heard of it. I don't have ESP control. Haha! Blast Hammer is old hat, and most of the big corps have easy counters for it. Keep relying on that relic and you're gonna wind up in the morgue. Blast Hammer, I've never heard of it. He snickers to himself, really? It's only, oh, the most popular freeware attack ASP in South Asia. He's practically shouting, his face lit up with maniacal glee. Calm down, man. I'm from Seattle, not Southeast Asia. Yeah, well, you better get with it if you want to survive out here. He leers at you, his expression all smugness and superiority. I mean, I'm just saying. Okay, gotta go. Sorry. Yeah, see ya. Asshole. The comlink crackles to life with an ear-splitting hiss. Isabel. Okay, I've jacked into the admin compute. Primitive. But I can work with it. Are you in position yet? No, not yet. Get to the waiting position near the VIP entrance. Ears filled with shrill electronic whine. And use the kiosk. Remember, perfect persona. Use that. Blah, blah. While you're getting there, I'll start working on getting the VIP access and locating from... Line goes dead. Got it. I'll signal you when ready. There's no response. Whether Isabel could hear you or not remains a mystery. Lovely. If there's any more exploring you'd like to do out here on the show floor, you best do it now before we use the kiosk. I doubt we'll get the opportunity to go up to afterwards. We'll look around a little bit more before we hit the kiosk. I mostly just want to poke the things that I can interact with. Product display. Voted to third-party cooling systems. Cyberdex. Cool. Aged Decker. Of course, this year model will feature our new lightning wire something or other. Does that mean it won't be compatible with older jack interfaces? Unfortunately, we couldn't bring you the ultimate data jack uplink speeds without. You will have to update your data jack to take advantage of these exciting new features, but I have these vouchers to help you with that. Okay. An elderly decker with a nickel-plated data jack turns to face you smiling. Ain't this a hell of a thing? Lovely show, lovely show. He nods eagerly, rubbing his hands. Lots and lots of shiny toys. Ugh. Red, and you are? He grabs your profit hand and shakes it vigorously. Call me Turtle, been going to DECCON for damn near 20 years now, and it's never looked half as nice as it does now. Yeah, it's pretty swank for a computer convention. When did they start catering these things? Really? Yeah, the show's really gotten big in the past couple of years. He gestures at the Fairlight booth off in the distance. Lots of corporate money flowing into this thing these days. The old decker lowers his voice in a conspiratorial whisper. I've heard that a guy who first organized the show sold out to some big promoter, took home a 6-digit paycheck. Nice. Lots of young guys have been bitching and moaning all over Shadowland about that, but not me. I've been around long enough to know the score. If someone offers you that kind of money, you take it. Where'd you get your handle from? Turtle is a funny name for a decker. An old piece of software, something that went obsolete well before your time. He grins. I guess I'm showing my age. But something about that little cluster of pixels always made me happy. Fair enough. Here to see anything in specific? Got my eyes on a couple things this year. I'm gonna check out the Fairlight booth, of course, and Fuji's doing some interesting things with miniaturization. Shakes his head ruefully. You know, when I was just getting started, I would have taken an entire warehouse full of machines to match the computing power of the PDA on your wrist. No, scratch that, they wouldn't have come close. Technology's come a long way. Sure has. He shakes his head, grinning. Sure has. Anyway, I've taken up plenty of time already. I'm sure that you've got exhibits to see unless you want something else. Gotta keep moving, Turtle. Enjoy the show. He waves to you. Bye then. Is it worth poking all the various people that are here, or just like leave it? Mr. Lin, you have a name. Well. Yeah, sorry, I walked through. I'm rude. Hi. The oak behind the counter looks up from his sales sheet. He wearily recites what sounds like a rehearsed welcome. Welcome to Mr. Lin's Big Time Data Shack. Special show prices for this event only. He waves a hand over the booth. Feel free to browse. Look through his inventory, sure. What you got? Everything is far too expensive. Decrypt at 1 second of delay when hacking blocker IC does not start. 8. Let's decrypt 2.5. Cute. Product display. Working model of Fuji's new Cyber 7 Slim, retooled Cyber 7 Thinner something or other. Staircases look different from many of the others on the show floor. As you approach, you can see the quiet confidence in their posture and the steel in their eyes. Unlike their peers, these are professionals, Shadowrunners. The most vocal of the three, a female orc with this obvious cyber eye, addresses you. Maybe you could help settle this. My colleagues and I have a difference in opinion on the relative merits of mid-range cyber decks. Would you agree that Fuji Virtual X is the best mid-range deck in its... Always do this, Haradan. You can pickpocket the guys in the kiosk on the top left corner. Other than that, not much of importance. If you did things a certain way, you could have gotten some clams to bring back for Gobbet. Oh, that's unfortunate. Always do this, Haradan. Your word. You word your questions to lead strangers into giving answers that you prefer. Now, the community consensus is that the Virtual X is just an overpriced rehash of the Cyber 6. A nicer looking case. In a nicer looking case. Oh, shut up, Biss. Her voice is surprisingly deep and brassy. You're doing the same thing. Besides, everyone knows that Fuji is going down the tubes. Villas is pulling assets out of the company and transferring them to his other holdings as fast as he can get away with it. So if Fuji is collapsing in on itself, the Fairlight doesn't do mid-range machines, then Allegiance is obviously primed too. Nova Hot here is Allegiance's #1 superfan. In case you couldn't tell, never mind the fact that their only current product, the Alpha, is woefully lackluster next to the competition. We've been going around and around on this for hours, so what do you think? Which deck is going to be the best class at the mid-range price point in 57? I'm not a brand loyalist, guys. I don't have a horse in this race. He raises an eyebrow. That wasn't an answer. You're dodging the question. I don't have an answer. That's why I'm not pre-ordering anything. The smart decker waits until the reviews are in before committing to a purchase. What she's saying makes sense, guys. It might not be a fun answer, but it's a good one. Yeah, I suppose, she frowns. It's so much more fun to argue, though. I think that you've earned your seat at the table, friend. The orc makes space for you to join the group. Come over and join us. Got any hot tips for a fellow decker might find use that a fellow decker might find useful? Been out of the loop for a few days. Ugh. Okay, join the club. Between travel arrangements and transorbital flight out here, I'm a little behind on current events. Yeah, I'm in the same boat. Wish I could help you, but I sort of lose touch with the world. The week of the con. Fair enough. Where are you from? Macau. Got a house in Indonesia. Spend most of my time in Seattle, though. I'm not sure where that is, but I do a lot of work in Hong Kong. Are you enjoying the con so far? Shrugs. It's what it always is. Bad food, a lot of antisocial people, and overpriced vendor kiosks. By the end of the weekend, I'm probably gonna have measles and or the flu. To be perfectly honest, I don't even remember why we all fly out here every year. Yes, we come out here because you start getting excited about the show months in advance every year. You left me 15 voice messages to make sure that I remembered to book the hotel room. That's because I remember what happened in 52. I do enough sleeping on the street back home. I don't need to do it when I'm on vacation too. How many times do I have to apologize for that? I'll let you know when you can stop. I'm gonna go. Have fun. Right, she waves. See you around the show floor. Oh boy. I'm gonna go poke this now. Wait near the VIP entrance. Purple Persona kiosk flickers to life at your approach. A debug menu pops onto the screen along with the text prompt in all caps. Red, enter the following key code into the kiosk. Enter the key code. You tap the code on the kiosk's keyboard. A moment later, a series of 5 loud popping sounds rattles off in your comlink's earpiece. Isabel's voice fills your ear, crisper and cleaner than it was before. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me, Red? Yeah, I can hear you. What was that? Command line code for the kiosk to connect with your comlink via direct link. A hint of smugness creeps into her voice. This way we can bypass using a comm signal entirely. Clever. I know, as long as you remain within a couple of feet of the kiosk, we shouldn't have any problems. Wander too far outside of that range and you're gonna get static again. So basically I can't move from this spot. Got it. Alright, now that we're all linked up, give me a second and I'll locate Rhombus. You hear the sound of rattling keystrokes coupled with Isabel muttering under her breath. The line falls silent, the silence stretches, 10 seconds, 20 seconds, then you hear Isabel explode. What the hell? He already has one. How the fuck does Rhombus merit a VIP pass when I don't? Wait, he's already in the VIP area. Let me guess. This is where the plan goes off the rails. Wait, he already has a VIP area? Sorry, he's already in the VIP area? She rails into your earpiece, fuming. I'm twice the decker that he is, and everybody knows it. What makes him a VIP and I'm not? Calm down, Isabel. At least we know where he is. She takes a moment to calm herself. You can almost feel the heat of her anger radiating through your earpiece. Alright, I know which room he's staying in now. Another strange silence. I'll just need a few minutes to upgrade your get you your VIP upgrade. The line goes dead. Well, my friend, what to do now, shall we? A series of clicking erupts in your ear, cutting Ractor's sentence short. Your PDA begins blinking. You are receiving a video chat request. Answer the call. Isabel blossoms onto the screen along with a pair of towering security guards. The line that connected her to the admin terminal hangs loose from its socket. I'm gonna ask you again, what the hell are you doing in here? Take your time and make sure you're telling me the truth. I'll know if you don't. Isabel stammers helplessly. Well, I was looking for the persona who ordered this, the person who ordered this coffee. What, you were looking for him in the Matrix, and besides, you don't have any coffee, so try again. She continues to splutter, her eyes dart toward the screen, fixing on you. You can see the desperation on her face. Well, I need to, Alright, Isabel, listen up. Say what I say, and you'll be fine. Say okay if you understand. Do I have to coach you out of this? Really? Alright, just say what I say, I guess. We're doing the Serrano thing, aren't we? Is that what we're doing now? Alright, Isabel, listen up. Say what I say, and you'll be fine, okay? Say okay if you understand. Okay. Last chance. Start talking sense or spend the night with the HKPF. Okay. I'm sorry, I'm just nervous. I've never been in trouble before. My coworkers sent me in here as a prank. I feel like such a fool. Sorry, I'm just nervous. I've never been in trouble before. Sorry, I'm just nervous. The words sound rehearsed, but they're tinged with enough genuine panic to be plausible. I've never been in trouble before. The guard glances at his counterpart. We don't have time for this. Just kick her out and be done with it. The guard in front of Isabel straightens. Yeah, you're probably right. She looks down on Isabel, hands on her hips. I'm gonna let you go with a warning this time, but only this once. If I catch you anywhere near this room again, I'm turning you over to the police. Got it? But Getting out of this easy, Isabel. Just go along with it. Don't argue with her. Just let them kick you out of the room. You're ready to go loud, because if you keep arguing with that guard, we're going to have to start shooting. That is a way to do it, I guess. Getting out of this easy, Isabel. Just go along with it. She clenches her jaw, looks up at the guard. Yes, sir. Good call. The line goes quiet as she moves out of the server room. Guide Isabel back to the convention floor. Oh, I'm controlling Isabel now. Lovely. Open door. What a damn nightmare this is turning out to be. I'm sorry, Red. I couldn't get you your VIP access. You got Rhombus's room number right? Yeah, I got it. I can take you right there. There's only one problem. Without VIP access, you can't open the door without sounding an alarm. Picture on your PDA flickers worryingly. A moment later, Isabel's image returns to the screen. And let you through from this side. That's what I'm going to do now. I'll make my way down to you and open the door. I lost a bit of that. Are we going to have communication problems again? Maybe a bit. I'm still using the kiosk to talk to you, but now that I'm not jacked in, I can't route messages to it directly anymore. Please stay put. If you lose the kiosk, we're gonna have serious communication issues. Got it. Oh, and I may need your help if I run into more people up here, Red. In case you hadn't guessed, I'm not exactly a social butterfly, and if things go loud, I'll really need your help. Got your back, let's do this. What's this way? Where do we have to go? What's this way? An unattended computer? Isabel takes a quick glance at the terminal. I'll be damned. It's logged into an admin inbox and somebody left it unlocked. I can't open the door for you from here, but we can read the messages if you want. Do it. Isabel turns the camera in her PDA to face the screen of the terminal. Amber text on stark black background swims into focus. HR serve, hotel message service version 2.0, read messages, goes to the machine, leave it unplugged, it came back, damage control. Open the first message. Pang, Nancy, admin, wing, Z, or she. Look, I'm gonna come right out and say it, the security guys are right, there's something horribly wrong with that noodle extruder. I ran diagnostic on it this afternoon. I was halfway through recalibrating the broth nozzles when the damn thing started humming, and sure enough, it started churning out steaming hot, juxing noodles, just dumping them into the palms of my hands. I don't even want to see the You don't even want to see the blisters I'm sporting right now. Now, here's the freaky thing. The dough hopper was empty. I unloaded it myself prior to beginning the diagnostic. I want to repeat that. I was producing dough out of thin air. That machine is haunted. You want my advice? You get rid of it before the show. Ho Pang, Nancy. I don't know what I was expecting this message to be, but that wasn't it. You want me to keep going? Yeah, second one. Admin. Noodle extruder in the food court area is out of order and should be left unplugged until further notice. Under no circumstances should any hotel or DECCON employee tamper with this device. Maintenance is looking into it. Again, do not plug in the extruder. Severe disciplinary action will be taken against any employee caught disobeying these instructions. Wing C. Alright, you want me to open another one? Third one. Okay, I'm getting seriously creeped out over here. That damn noodle extruder is back. I can't explain it. We boxed the thing up yesterday and sent it to the manufacturer. It wasn't here 5 minutes ago. But now we've opened the doors and the show is underway. I'm strolling through the food court and there it is. Just sitting there with a line already forming. What the hell do we do? You and I both know that it doesn't have any dough in it. There's no seasoning in the spice reservoir. We don't have it hooked up to the hotel's water supply. The fucking thing isn't even plugged in. Where are the noodles coming from? What do we do? Last message. It's too late, Nancy. At least a dozen people have already eaten from the thing. We can't shut it down now. And we sure as hell can't let anyone know about it. If people were to get sick, the show would be held liable. Look, if it's any consolation, I've been poring through the logs of old shows to see if anyone had mentioned the noodle extruder. I found something. This exact conversation 14 years in a row. Cool. I don't know what's happening with this machine. I don't know where it came from or how or why, but it's part of DECCON. Nobody can get rid of it. Nobody knows how it works. It just does. And people keep coming back to visit it. I think that this is a blessing in disguise. That's what I'm telling myself anyway. Just don't question it and everything will be okay. Seen enough. Camel. Cool. Open door. Computer. We like computer. Info about the conference room schedule tells you about 3 high-level execs. That's annoying. Door. supplies. Hey. Door. Isabel's outline goes fuzzy the moment she sets foot in the elevator. A loud rhythmic whooshing sound dominates the low end of your PDA speakers. It sounds a bit like the rotors of a helicopter. Wait, this background music, is that the same music from the... It's like the locked down lab that you have to go on a mission for in Dragonfall for the Dr. Escabel? I swear it is. Isabel's... Yep, that's cool. Heads up, Isabel. We're getting a lot of interference here. An elf in his mid-20s steps aside to let Isabel at the floor select a panel. He looks wired, jittery, stimmed to the gills. Most likely, there's no telling how long it's been since he's gotten a wink of sleep. Isabel punches the button for the ground floor. Working the show hard. That has to be hard. The elf smiles down on Isabel. His expression affable. I'd feel tempted to blow off work to go check out the kiosk. Maybe take in a panel or two. Say, yeah, it's tough, alright. I wish I could just drop everything and explore. She starts in, repeating your words with forced sincerity. It's tough, alright. I wish I could just drop. She falls silent. You can see her staring at the man's VIP badge. Just say what I tell you, Isabel. Don't go off script. Her eyes remain locked on the man's badge. If she heard what you said, she's ignoring you. Keen Ding, huh? That's an interesting street name. Been decking under it long. Couple years now. He smiles. Longer than anyone else to use. Sorry. Longer than anyone else to use the handle. I don't know what you're doing, but be careful. If she heard you, she doesn't acknowledge it. I know who you are. You're the one who shut down Kulong City power grid 6 months ago. Clears his throat. Yeah, that was me. Let's just keep that between ourselves, though, alright? That little stunt screwed over a lot of local deckers. Her voice is soft, but you can detect a definite undertone of hostility. A couple of them soaked up nasty hits of dump shock. Because of it, you wrecked the grid while they were jacked into their home machines. My team was in a bind. They needed a power outage right then and there, or they were cooked, so I gave them one. It was the best solution in a bad situation. Let's leave it at that. An icy silence descends on the elevator car. A few seconds later, Isabel pierces it. There was this decker. She lived out in Hawaii, called herself Spinster. She was a good person. Now she's in the ground. She never came back out of the coma that your stunt put her in. Another long pause. Slowly, Ding extends his hand toward the emergency brake. Isabel, do you want to go loud? Because that's where this road takes us. Isabel balls her hands into fists. You can read the tension in her body language. She's biting her tongue. At least that's what I heard. I'm just a caterer. I'm not a decker myself. He stares down at Isabel. The smile has vanished from his face. Yeah, sure you're not. You've come to get me, haven't you? To take revenge for your friend? Did her people put out a contract on me? Is that it? I'm not a decker, honest. I'm just a caterer who spends way too much time lurking on the Shadowlands BBS. Yes, I took the contract, but I've decided not to go through with it. When the elevator stops, walk away and don't look back. Tell him I was just pulling your leg, there was no spinster, and no, you didn't kill anybody. Oh boy. See, like, the top one is funny because, like, I'm not a decker, honest, has deck. They're not exactly small and you can't hide them well. Um... I'm not a decker, honest. I'm just a caterer who spends way too much time lurking on Shadowland BBS. Let's try the first one and hope for the best. Not a decker, I'm just a caterer who spends way too much time. Roughly the connection cuts to static. This isn't good. Please, Isabel, don't do anything stupid right now. This isn't good. Static pops and hisses for 10 seconds. 20. Finally, the picture wobbles back into view. Kane Ding is mid-sentence, practically frothing with rage. Did what I had to do. If you were in my position, you'd have done the same. If you'd have gotten them killed, you'd have done the same if you'd gotten them killed. You're shouting, the sound of it reverberates in the cramped confines of the elevator car. There was no third way out of that scenario. Isabel starts to respond, the anger clear in her tone. I would not have... Isabel, stop. Listen to me. She stops short. What? You're crazy, an insane person, and when I get out of this elevator, I'm going to a hotel security officer. I'm going to the hotel security office. I wish I had biotech. I do not have biotech. High enough. You're right, sir. I've been clinically diagnosed with paranoid schizophrenia as a paranoid schizophrenic this morning I forgot to take my meds. It's a good one. It's a good one. To hell with it. Tell him that if he does, he's a dead man. Tell him you're with the Yellow Lotus. Apologize to him. Sound like you mean it, and that's the only way we're getting out of this now. Tell him to chill out. Get a grip, pal. You're losing your cool over nothing. Apologize to him and sound like you mean it. That's the only way we're getting out of this now. I don't know. This seems like an escalation. Trying to de-escalate, so let's try with the apology. You hear the dull, grating sound of grinding teeth. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to offend you. I just get upset sometimes. You're damn right I'm offended. You came at me like a crazy person. Comms cut off again. This is getting old. As quickly as it went, the picture flickers back onto your PDA screen. Keen Everything looks calmer now. The elevator is descending. Remember that what we discussed? You keep your cool, and this turns out well for the both of us. We live and let live. Understood? Yes. I didn't want any trouble from you in the first place. I'm just glad that it was all a misunderstanding. Please don't take this the wrong way, but I'll be happy if this is the last that I ever see of you. That's fair. Feeling is mutual. The car finally slides to a halt. The elevator doors slide open. The other decker doesn't get off. Enjoy the rest of the show. Now get a move on, Isabel. Oh boy. Let's just zoom out slightly, shall we? Oh hey! Security! Okay, so we just gotta go that way. The hallway ahead is blocked by a trio of struggling bodies. A blackout drunk troll hangs slung between a pair of cursing security guards. One male, one female. As you watch, they struggle valiantly to drag her down the hallway. The troll's voice comes out in an inebriated roar. Unhand me, you fools! Convention security captain. The older of the two guards, a middle-aged man with a pompadour haircut, struggles with all his might to keep his prisoner's flailing arms constrained. Don't let her go. Here, hurry. She has the strength of 10 men. Yes, sir. You recognize her as the guard who was standing by the employee entrance on the show floor. How she got roped into troll hauling duty is anyone's guess. The security captain locks eyes with Isabel. He barks out an order. Clear the hall. Say nothing. With an exaggerated motion, the troll swings her head toward Isabel. You, dwarf girl, help me. These. She hiccups mightily. The sound reverberates in your ears. These streckheads want me to leave because I'm a troll. What's happening here? None of your business. You're not even hotel staff. You shouldn't be back here at all. He hugs the troll's left arm to his chest with all his strength, desperately trying to weigh her down. She lifts her feet a few inches off the floor, then slams him back down. He lets out an audible whimper. Now, clear the way and report to your manager. Quit fighting me, damn it, before I talk to him for you. Oh boy. The former door guard stares at Isabel. Recognition dawns on her face. Hey, I remember you. You had to meet some caterers up on 6. What are you doing down here? I wish I had socialite. I really wish I had socialite at this point. Okay, say I was checking to see if anyone down here wanted a drink. Tell him to back off. I don't have to answer to you. I'm not hotel personnel. I was just checking to see if anyone down here wanted a drink. So, you want a mojito? The man strains against the troll's drunken efforts. His brow is beaded with sweat. You shouldn't hold still, be here, not even to offer drinks. The troll looks down on Isabel and issues a mush-mouthed plea. Ignore these pigs and help me. I'll take the runt on the left, you take the right. The troll bucks against the guard's grasp, nearly breaking away from them. They double down on their attempts to hold her. Isabel stares into the PDA. She looks irritated. To hell with this. It's a waste of time. We got a schedule to keep. Her hands move toward her weapon. What do you mean? What schedule? My work schedule. After I'm done here, I need to pull a double shift at Uncle something House of Pork. mine. I work 2 jobs, damn you. I'm trying to put food on the table to feed my kids. Her yells grow to an impressive volume, reverberating in your ears. I'm not just a caterer. I work at Uncle Sue's House of Pork. It's a moment of stunned silence. Funnily, the troll shatters it. You work at that place is a vomit factory. Isabel's voice goes deadly serious. I know. The guard looks at her boss. The security captain strains outrageously against his captive's flailing arm, oblivious to everything but his own struggle. Look, just hurry back to the kitchen and get out of our hair. She steps aside to let Isabel pass. Good job, Isabel. There's a brief pause, then she mutters a response under her breath. The mic barely picks it up. This is exhausting. No more improvisation for me. I'm done with this. From now on, I'm not your parrot. Sorry. From now on, I'm your parrot. Just tell me what to say, and I'll say exactly that. If that's the way you want to play it, alright, sure, I'll do the heavy lifting then, I guess. After what almost happened in the elevator, I think that's a good call. If that's the way you want to play it. Onwards! An impressive-looking man in a starched white coat blocks the hallway. He turns and he recognizes the familiar pastry, magic, and more insignia on his lapel. He fixes his gaze on Isabel, and the expression on his face is anything but happy. What are you doing back here? We went over this in the staff meeting this morning. I'm the one who's covering this area. The VIPs are to be handled by managers only. You should be on the convention hall floor. I got turned around. These hotels all look the same to me. I know, sorry they sent me back here, but I think it was a prank. I know, sorry they... Looks like she was telling the truth after her encounter with the guards. She's repeating everything you say verbatim. And you fell for that? You had specific instructions to stay on the show floor. I must have missed the meeting. I didn't get those instructions. And you think that's an excuse I don't even recognize? Convention goer, you become dimly aware of a figure looming behind you in the convention hall. You didn't read the instructions. You must be joking, woman. You've been on that kiosk for 20 minutes now. Wait, excuse me, what? He leans in, gets in your face. You can taste the onions on his breath. I said it's time to get off that damn demo kiosk. You've been hogging it for way too long. And there's a line here. Sorry, I'm still using it. Back down, man. You'll get your turn. Just give me 5 more minutes and it's all yours. Oh god, Isabel, why? What's all mine? What are you talking about? You aren't even one of our employees, are you? Do I need to get security? I said that's enough. I've been following the devs of this software for months now. I traveled 17 hours to try it out myself. You do not get to tell me that I flew here for nothing. Get the hell off the kiosk or I'm calling security. Calm down. Let's talk about this. This doesn't have to get violent. Isabel's gonna say the same thing. Let's try the first option in the hopes that it actually does something useful. Calm down. Let's talk about this. This doesn't have to get violent. Violent? He rears back, red-faced. Violent? You're threatening me. The Decker's PDA flickers to life. A familiar face appears on the view screen. Leave her alone, Matchstick. She's with us. He brings up his wrist to stare at the screen, a frown etched onto his face. But she's been hogging the kiosk for nearly half an hour already. You'll live. Besides, you're supposed to be scoring us water bottles, remember? Nova Hot is in dire need of refreshment. It's true. I'm parched. Yeah, alright. Tell her sorry. I didn't think this would take so long. He shoots you an accusatory glance. You'll all get your water soon. The Decker turns his attention away from you, allowing you to return your full attention to your PDA. On the screen, the catering manager is still staring down at Isabel, red-faced. Well, you're gonna speak up and tell me what you're really doing back here. I already know that you're not one of my employees. You've got about 5 seconds before I call security. You had to check on the vendors here at the show. Tech vendors, catering crew, all of it, to make sure that the reputation of our venue isn't tarnished. I'm here to gauge the customer satisfaction with the show. We're trying to decide whether to host DECCON again in 57, collecting candid interviews with convention goers and subcontractors as part of that. Here to check on the vendors here at the show, tech vendors and catering crew, all of it, to make sure the reputation of our venue isn't tarnished. Yep, cool. Oh, you're like a secret shopper, that sort of thing? He stares down at Isabel, a newfound respect on his face. Well, I hope you'll tell your employer that Pastry Magic and More Catering went above and beyond the call of duty to respect your hotel and its rules. Yeah, I will. Catering manager steps aside and lets Isabel pass. Cute. Onwards. You have me curious. Nothing over there? Okay, cool. I need to poke things, I'm sorry. Mexican man in an expensive suit stands at the far end of the room. A cord tethers his data jack to the port in the hotel wall. His eyes are glazed over, dead to the world. He's jacked into the hotel's media library, probably enjoying some slick, professionally produced SimSense fantasy or something like that. She chuckles. He doesn't even know that I'm in the room. Might as well look around then, but be quick. Cyberdeck sits on the table opposite Isabel. She rotates her PDA to give you a view. It's a custom job, pieced together from components pulled from a dozen other machines. Looks a lot like the Octopus, only smaller. The display has been pulled from a Fuji model designed for export into the UCAS with a chrome bezel and red LED accent lights. The keyboard is a mechanical relic with round, heavy keys that appear to have been salvaged from a typewriter. Judging by the Pashto characters emblazoned on the keys, it's probably of Pakistani make. The case is heavily modified Renraku design. You can see components from at least a dozen other manufacturers jutting out of it. At least a dozen other elements jump out at you, each stranger than the last. A custom stamp on the case labels the property of it as the property of the binary bard. Isabel stares at the monstrosity, her jaw hanging open. Her jaw hanging open. That might just be the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. Grab it then, but hurry, we need to keep moving. Isabel grabs the cyberdeck in both hands, heaves, it doesn't buzz. It doesn't budge. On the other side of the room, the Decker jolts back to life. He turns to face Isabel, his motion strangely languid. Excuse me, that deck is mine. His tone calm and conversational. It's also maglocked to the surface of my desk. Now stop touching it, please, or I will be forced to call security. I heard that you had the most impressive cyber deck at the show. I had to see it for myself. That's true, I do. That doesn't give you the right to break into my room and fondle it, though. Now, you want to tell me what a caterer cares about custom hardware? Uh... Yeah, I'm a caterer, but that's just a job. Decking is my life. I don't care about the hardware, but there are plenty of deckers here who do. I'm not a caterer, I'm an attendee. I spilled something on my clothes. This was the only thing that the hotel had in my size. Yeah, I'm a caterer, but that's just a job. Decking is my life. Yeah, I'm a caterer, but that's just a job. She looks the decker in the eye. Her voice grows deadly serious. Decking is my life. Alright, you love decking, sure. Everybody needs a hobby. So here's what we're gonna do. I'm giving you a choice. You can tell me what you want. You can back on up out of here, or I can call security. Neither of us wants me to do number 3. She doesn't wait for a response. Your deck is a beautiful piece of workmanship, and I want it. Maybe I could buy it off you. She's not for sale. Tell you what, though, I could be convinced to let you crack the case open and take a look inside. He stifles a yawn. Maybe you could learn a thing or two. Alright, Isabel. Thank the man, look at the box, and get the hell out of there. Hey man, thanks really. I appreciate it. I always love looking at custom builds. No problem. There's a case release catch under the parallel port. Give her a once over. Take notes if you want. When you're finished, be sure to close the door behind you. Inspect. Isabel cracks the case on the deck, lifting it high. She studies the innards of the device intently, her eyes flitting from connection to connection, from card to card. This is some genuinely impressive work. A few minutes later, she snaps the case back shut. Thank you, Red. In a day full of unpleasant surprises, this was a really nice one. Hey, that's great. Now hurry up. We still need to get to Rhombus. Pip. Poke the thing. Sit. Got it. This way to the suites. Okay, let's go. You see nothing? Elevator. Let's go. Game save. Those are some concerning sounds. Not gonna lie. This is interesting. I don't think I've had this bug before. Let's try reloading the autosave. If I have to do this again, it's going to be painful. But considering it was the last save that happened in the last minute, it should be fine, right? Right? Oh boy. Oh, good. It's fixed now. Down there. That door looks like it's open. No, it's not. It's fine. Open door. Hello, Rhombus. Hey, buddy. How you doing? As you burst through the door, you find yourself standing face to face with a small, heavily tattooed man. Geometric shapes of all descriptions trace their way from his temples down his cheeks and neck to his shoulders. His eyes continue the motif. Each of his irises is a slanted rectangle. Rhombus looks at Isabel and sighs as if he's surprised to see her, he doesn't show it. You finally want him back, huh? The memories that we locked away? I always knew that you would one day, but you got so hostile after the procedure. I didn't think you'd come around this soon. Isabel glowers at him, her cheeks darkening. I'll get bent, Rhombus. I got hostile with you because you got hostile with me. Like hell I did. I tried to give you some advice as a friend. If memory serves, you called me a patronizing bastard and slagged my deck. Was I supposed to take that without punching back? God damn it, Isabel. Hang on a second. Isabel cuts in, her normally small voice growing raucous. I called you a patronizing bastard because that's what you were being. You wouldn't have taken that tone if I were a guy or an orc or a troll. You talked down to me like I was your little sister or something. Well, guess what? I'm not. Whoa, hold up. I talked that way to you because... She shouts over him, cutting him short. Also, punch back. That's a funny way of putting it. You tailored an ESP to troll all of my posts on Shadowland. What kind of prick would do a thing like that? His face goes beet red and his chest puffs out. The kind whose cat you killed, you little monster. Captain Whiskers was just a house cat. He didn't have anything to do with this. You killed his cat, Isabel? What the fuck? That's not okay, woman. She rears back in indignation. That wasn't me. I would never hurt a cat. If I were going to have someone killed, it would have been you. Both of you, shut up. There is a moment of stunned silence, then Rhombus licks his lips and speaks. I can't believe this is happening to me, all over me trying to do you a favor. He shakes his head at Isabel. That'll teach me to give a friend some advice. If you keep whining like that, I'll give you something to whine about. That's the second time you've said that. This whole feud started over you trying to give Isabel advice? Yes, I don't remember what we were talking about. I think, maybe I was telling her what kind of ram to pick up for a deck. Something like that. It was a long time ago. It wasn't what you said, Rhombus. It was how you said it. She stares up at him, fuming. And the argument was nothing. It was what you did after the argument that was unforgivable. Taking the moral high ground isn't going to work for you here. You attacked me first and for no reason. Okay, from what I'm getting here, you both hate each other, but you were friends, right? Once, I guess. You guess? You let me perform amateur brain surgery on you. Hell, you begged me to do it. We were friends, Isabel. Good friends. And then, You went and messed it all up. Ah. Although, I do want to get all the information I can out of this. Amateur brain surgery, please explain what that means. What the hell has this been about? My memories, the ones about my childhood, the ones that I'd lost, they aren't gone. They're in headwear storage, locked away behind an encryption key. I've got them, but I can't see them. I've got them, but I can't see them without it. That was your idea, is keeping them, I mean. You told me to hold on to the key for you, just in case you ever needed them back. I know, Rhombus, but after everything that had happened, I couldn't just ask you to. You want the encryption key for the memories that we locked away? It's yours. I don't envy you the pain that you feel when you unlock them, but they belong to you. He keys a series of buttons in his PDA. Isabel's PDA buzzes a moment later. There, check your inbox. You've got the key. Do with it what you will. I was holding onto it for you anyway. Isabel blinks confusedly, but I thought we were enemies now. We were, but there's no reason for us to be. Just take the key and go. Have a nice life. He waves her off. He looks exhausted. Say nothing. Isabel stares at Rhombus, a neutral expression on her face. Finally, she speaks up. I'm sorry, Rhombus. I don't know how things got as bad as they did, but I'm sorry. Her voice goes solemn. I'm going to find out what happened to Captain Whiskers, I promise you that. What's nice of you is, I'd appreciate it. Almost bashfully, his gaze flits to the ground. He looks away, and color surges to his cheeks. Oh, and I've got something of an admission to make. She rolls her eyes. Look, I get it, Rom. You always liked me. I hate to break it to you, but I was never that big of a secret. And I know that's why you... His eyes go wide. He raises his hands, palms out, and shakes his head. What? No, that's not it at all. I mean, you're a nice girl and all, but just no. Color rushes to her cheeks, but then what? My panic button, he flips his sleeve inside out, and you can see a blinking red LED embedded in the fabric. I tripped it when you broke in. The cops are on their way. But wait, don't freak out. I'll call them off for you. Oh, she shuffles her feet, looks away. Thanks. Hey, what are friends for? You just wait here. I'll go meet them in the hall and draw them off to another room. Shouldn't take 2 seconds. Oh, and it was nice catching up with you. Good luck with the whole memory thing. You're gonna need it. She nods mutely. Rumpus takes off at a run, then disappears down the hall. Hello, security. I had to flee room 203. Alright, cool. We still got company out here. HKPF captain. The police captain doesn't even bother to look down at you. She waves you off, an irritable expression on her face. Please stand back. This is a police matter. Building officer, keep up the good work. Enjoy the show. We leaving. Well, that was good. About to leave this location and return to Hawaii. Continue. Yes. Fucking hell. I'm gonna get to Hawaii and I'm gonna stop for the night because I'm streaming this tomorrow as well. And I feel like 6 hours is... Oh boy. The bus trip back to Kai Tak is quieter than the ride in was. Your fellow passengers sit crumpled in their seats, barely moving, barely speaking. Their DECCON 2056 t-shirts hang loose on their frames, and their once cherished guest badges have been crumpled into their pockets. You've seen more lively groups on their way to the morgue. Isabel looks up at you, her eyes full of the same post-con fatigue that you see in everyone else's. She gives you a small smile and taps her temple with a fingernail. You've got what you came for. The show is over. It's time to go home. Alrighty. Eight karma gained. Hell yeah. Alrighty. I am gonna hit this button and save and quit. Alright. Thank you everyone for coming along. I hope you did enjoy. If you did enjoy, maybe hit the follow button. Or if you're on YouTube watching this when it comes out in a couple days, hit the subscribe button. I'd appreciate it. That's about it. If you would like to know when we go live or anything like that, there is various places that you can find us, such as the Twitter/X and Discord, or the follow button. Yeah. But as always, I can't tell you what to do. I'm not your dad. And until tomorrow, have a good night. And I hope to see you then. Until then, bye-bye.